Hey guys, tonight we embark on a journey woven from myth and moonlight as you find yourself standing before Arachne's loom, the soft glow of oil lamps dancing across the warp and weft. You probably wouldn't survive a direct challenge to a goddess. Thankfully, you're only here to listen and drift off, not sign up for divine smackdown. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step forward, toes brushing against a rough wooden floor scuffed by years of foot traffic. The loom towers before you, its massive frame stretching toward high rafters where shadows gather like whispered secrets. Each strand of silk glimmers in the lantern light, threads of ivory and gold spun so finely that they seem to hum with potential. You inhale, picking up the faint scent of abandoned honeycomb, a remnant from the bees that nested in these rafters long before. Arachne claimed this humble workshop dot your fingertips, graze a tensioned warp thread. It hums softly beneath your touch, as if alive, reminding you of that one time you tried untangling your earbuds for 5 whole minutes. Yes, this feels eerily similar, but far more elegant. Around you, the air is thick with anticipation, the kind that tightens the back of your throat and makes your heart beat, echo like distant drum beats in a silent theater. A single wooden stool sits at the loom's waist, carved with initials and small figures, a testament to every weaver who dared to claim a moment on this very spot. You descend onto it, the wood creaking under your weight. It's worn smooth, the way a city park bench becomes glossy from years of nightly sitters, each one leaving behind invisible echoes of their own stories. Your eyes drift upward to the half-finished tapestry. There, woven in painstaking detail, is Poseidon's triumph over the sea, a scene of crashing waves and a chariot drawn by seahorses. According to Ovid's Metamorphoses, composed around 08 AD, mortals and gods often tangled in rivalries, much like the threads you see before you. It's a scene retold countless times, but here it feels fresh, each stitch vibrating with the sea's roar and salt spray in the air. Beneath the oil lamps, you lean in, hearing the faint scrape of shuttle on wood, though no one else is in this room. It's as if the loom itself remembers every breath ever drawn here, every hidden prayer whispered into its wood. In that moment, you realize weaving in ancient Greece wasn't just a pastime, it was an essential craft, central to the household economy and a symbol of domestic mastery. A sudden scuttle arrests your attention. At the far corner, a tiny orb-weaver spider clings to a web that glints like threads of moonlight. You watch as it skitters forward, antennae quivering. Fun fact, spiders actually taste their prey with tiny hairs on their feet. Imagine getting your dinner delivered straight to your taste buds without chewing. The little creature inches closer, as if warning you not to disturb the loom's magic. You almost joke out loud that it's the loom's official quality inspector, but you catch yourself. This is a myth, not a sitcom. Dot behind you. The door's latch clicks, though you didn't see it move. You spin, heart fluttering, but the corridor beyond lies silent, bathed in the same golden glow. A breeze drifts through the open window, carrying the scent of olive groves and distant cloves of wild thyme. And for a moment you consider that you could almost be standing beneath those ancient trees on the outskirts of Athens. Your palms itch to touch the tapestry. You hover above a scene where mortals outwit a lesser-known sea deity, an eccentric tale whispered among storytellers but largely forgotten now. It survives here, woven into silk so fine that even the slightest misstep would mar its perfection. You wonder whether Arachne herself felt her heart quicken each time she passed shuttle through warp, as if she were dancing a rhythm older than any song you've heard. You settle your breathing, immersing yourself in the loom's melody. The soft thunk of the shuttle, the whisper of thread sliding through finger and bone. This is no ordinary craft. It's a dialogue between creator and creation, a testament to skill honed through years of repetition and devotion. You almost envy Arachne's confidence, the way she moved with such certainty, like a master chef whisking batter or a concert pianist gliding across keys, each motion purposeful, unerring. And yet beneath that confidence lies a flame of defiance. You can feel it pulsing through the tapestry, the warp and weft carrying whispers of a mortal daring to claim equality with gods. It's bold, probably bold enough to get you banned from every Olympus blog in existence, but undeniably captivating. A distant chime tolls no bell, but the gentle tapping of raindrops against the window pane beyond. A sudden shower, or perhaps just the loom's own heartbeat manifesting around you. You tense, anticipating thunder that never comes, then relax as the sound fades back into the loom's embraced dot as you sit there. Suspended between wonder and anxiety, the lamp's flame flickers. Shadows stretch and sway, painting dancing columns across the tapestry. In their undulations you almost see Athena's owl symbol of wisdom perched nearby, its eyes unblinking. But that's a tale for later. For now you remain entranced by the loom's silent promise that tonight you'll witness a story spun in silk, a duel of skill and pride beneath the watchful gaze of gods and mortals alike. You step out of the loom's circle and into the dusky street, where lanterns sway on wooden posts and the air hums with low voices. You can almost taste the grape-scented smoke drifting from chimneys, a reminder that even in a small weaving village, dinner is a communal affair. Around you, torchlight flickers on mud-brick walls, casting long shadows that seem to lean in, eavesdropping on every whispered word. You catch snatches of conversation carried on the breeze. She weaves like a goddess. Someone murmurs, "No mortal's hands move so quickly," another replies. The villagers speak of Arachne's skill as if it were sorcery, their admiration tinged with a touch of fear. It's as if they expect the threads themselves to unfurl and wrap around. Wayward gossipers' tongues. You feel the tension coil in your chest, that same thread of anticipation you sensed at the loom, now stretched across every doorstep. Dozen children chase one another in a dusty courtyard, their laughter ricocheting off the stone walls. You sidestep a stray basket of wool white as a newborn lamb's fleece, and almost trip over an elderly woman, bent double beneath her own loom. She looks up, gnarled hands pausing mid-weave, and offers you a crooked smile. Her eyes gleam with knowing mischief, as though she's seen every boasting weaver who ever dared to challenge the gods. "Ah, you're here to see the marvel," she croaks in a raspy voice that sounds like wind through a dried reed. She gestures toward the workshop where Arachne crafts her celebrated pieces. Best keep your tongue in your mouth, she warns, or it might just go wandering among those threads. You nod earnestly, wondering if your own tongue has a future as an impromptu embroidery. Probably not a flattering image. Above the rooftops, Venus hangs low in the sky, an ancient marker for harvest time. You recall that in classical Greece, women were expected to master the art of weaving before marriage, since textiles formed a significant part of a household's wealth. It wasn't just decoration, it was commerce, barter, and dowry all in one soft, intricate scrap. You find yourself humming an old folk tune about wool and water, though you've only half learned the words. In your mind, it sounds like the perfect lullaby for restless sheep. As you approach Arachne's workshop, you notice a wooden sign carved with the image of a spider, its legs forming an ornamental border. You smile at the clever design. Arachne must have a taste for theatrical flair. The door stands ajar, its hinges squeaking in welcome. Pushing it open, you step into a swirl of colors. Skeins of dyed wool hang from pegs, bundles of flax rest, and woven baskets and piles of silk cocoons gleam like pale pearls. It's a weaver's paradise, or perhaps a spider's dream. You overhear a pair of young apprentices whispering excitedly. They say she wove an entire tapestry in a single night. Must be magic or caffeine. Who drinks that much wild? Honey tea? Their banter makes you grin? If you had a drachma for every time someone blamed Arachne's speed on sorcery, you'd be richer than the local magistrate. Of course, you know talent seldom requires mystical shortcuts, just years of painstaking repetition, like learning a song on a lyre finger by finger. The air inside feels warmer, as though the workshop itself breathes. You follow a trail of silk, threads across the floor, each one leading you deeper into the central chamber. There you find Arachne poised at her loom, shuttles tucked neatly in baskets at her feet. Her back is straight, shoulders relaxed, every muscle calibrated for precise movement. If she notices you, she doesn't show it. Her focus remains on the tapestry she's creating, one that punningly depicts mortals outwitting the gods in everyday situations. Hephaestus tripping over his own hammer, Dionysus spilling wine at a banquet. It's playful rebellion woven in radiant colors. You ease onto a wooden bench against the wall and watch her work. Each pass of the shuttle is accompanied by a soft click, like a secret handshake between artist and medium. You lean forward, adjusting a stray lock of hair, just in case it's offended the tapestry gods. The scent of fresh linen and beeswax polish wraps around you, reminding you of that one time you tried making beeswax candles and ended up with wax in every crevice of your fingernails. Spoiler, candles still worked, but your hands looked like miniature glaciers. From your vantage point, you see Arachne's swift footwork on the treadles below a silent ballet of petal and thread. You realize weaving was once so valued in ancient economies that textile guilds held nearly as much influence as the city councils. Even Aristotle noted weaving's importance in daily life, though he probably didn't envision tapestries gleaming under torchlight. The thought tickles your mind. Imagine Aristotle critiquing modern art. Yes, very expressive, but needs more warp orientation. A sudden chuckle escapes you when Arachne threads a humorous scene, Apollo tangled in his own lyre strings. You wonder whether the gods themselves ever felt embarrassment, probably more than you, given their fondness for dramatic entrances. Arachne's tapestry doesn't mock the divine outright, but hints at humanizing them, which is a bold move. You imagine the gods leaning in over Olympus's banquet table, exchanging raised eyebrows and hushed curses. The apprentices shuffle papers at a nearby table, sketching preliminary designs. One looks up and catches your eye, then hastily drops. The parchment. You offer a reassuring nod. I'm harmless, you think? She bites her lip and returns to her drawing, pencil scratching furiously. You can almost see her imagination racing. What mortal tale will she dare to weave next? Outside, the wind stirs, rattling the wooden shutters. You glance at the open window and spot a vine of jasmine climbing the wall, its white blossoms glowing like tiny lanterns against the darkening sky. You inhale the heady fragrance, which somehow smells like both summer rain and freshly baked bread. It's the kind of scent that lingers in your memory long after you've left. Arachne pauses, her movement so slight you almost miss it. She tilts her head as though listening for something beyond the walls, a breath of wind carrying distant thunder, or perhaps the softest footfall of a goddess in disguise. You hold your breath, pulse quickening, and for a moment the room feels suspended in time, but then she exhales and resumes weaving, her golden brown hair falling over one shoulder in a cascade of sunlit waves. You realize she's entirely human in this moment, absorbed in her work, unaware of cosmic stakes or neighborly gossip. It makes you wonder, what drives someone to pour every breath and heartbeat into crafting a single piece of art? You feel a pang of kinship, recalling your own late-night passions, be it writing, painting, or rewatching your favorite comedies, until you know every punchline by heart. Arachne's shuttle clicks for the final pass before she cuts the warped threads with a small blade. The tapestry trembles for an instant before settling into stillness, like a held breath released. She rises and drapes her creation over a wooden rack, stepping back to admire it. The apprentices gather around, gasping in unison as if witnessing a minor miracle. You feel that same surge of wonder, as though you're staring at a captured fragment of the divine. The villagers outside have begun to gather at the doorway, drawn by flickering torchlight and the promise of spectacle. You stand too, brushing lint from your cloak, ready to share in whatever comes next. Pride and curiosity ripple through the crowd, two threads that, when woven together, can create something breathtaking or unravel everything. You settle back. Against the cool stone wall, the hush of the workshop wrapping around you like a velvet cloak. Arachne stands at the center of the room, her loom set aside for now, and you lean forward, sensing the electric charge of her determination. She lifts her chin, the flicker of torchlight catching the glint of silk threads still clinging to her fingertips. In this moment you feel that invisible line between mortals and gods grow thin as a spider's filament. Clearing her throat, Arachne projects her voice so even the rafters seem to lean closer. "Let it be known," she declares, "that no mortal hand nor divine craft can match the skill woven in these fingers." You're struck by the boldness of her tone, like someone declaring they can outcook a Michelin-starred chef using only dorm room appliances. The apprentices glance at one another wide-eyed, as if they've just witnessed someone challenge the sun to a staring contest. You step forward, toes brushing loose straw on the floor, and feel the warmth radiating off the hearth. Arachne's gaze sweeps across the room, landing on you for a heartbeat before moving on. Athena herself, she continues, voice rising, will find my work worthy. You imagine Athena settling into a judge's seat on Olympus, arms folded, ready to critique tabletop games rather than tapestries, though you suspect she'd have strong opinions either way. A hush falls. Even the moonlight seems to pause, vaping its silver cloak through the open window as if eavesdropping. The spider you spotted earlier scuttles across a loose beam, pausing mid-stride. You catch its many eyes reflecting the lantern glow, an unspoken reminder of likelihoods when odds are stacked against you. Yet there's no hint of doubt in Arachne's stance. Her shoulders roll back, backbones rippling like ripples across a still pond. Steady and unwavering. You recall that in ancient Greece, weaving competitions sometimes accompanied religious festivals, where prizes could include golden wreaths or prized sheep. The prestige was real. Some competitions drew crowds rivaling modern-day athletic games. The stakes you sense here feel every bit as high as a chariot race at the Olympic festival. You picture roaring fans, but instead of waving flags, they clutch swaths of cloth dyed in vivid colors, eager to see whose tapestry will outshine the rest. Behind Arachne, her half-finished masterpiece hangs like a banner. You can't stop your eyes from drifting to its vibrant threads, a scene of mortals planting olives in defiance of autocratic lords, a subtle jab at authorities long forgotten. There's a pulse to it, like a secret heartbeat concealed in silk. You realize that the warp of her challenge isn't just in skill, it's in daring to use art as a voice, a message that resonates beyond mere decoration. One apprentice steps forward, brow furrowed, and glances at Arachne. Do you truly mean to pit yourself against a goddess? She asks, voice trembling like a leaf in a summer breeze. You catch a twinkle of mischief in Arachne's eyes. She lifts a silk spool and lets it roll across her palm, thread unspooling in a silver ribbon. If the gods believe they wield monopoly over creativity, they'll soon learn that skill honors both mortal and divine, she replies. You imagine her words tracing themselves through the air like the last stroke of a master painter's brush. Your throat goes dry as you absorb her confidence. You recall the olive branch symbol Athena gave the first olive to the Athenians, cementing her patronage over the city. That gesture combined nourishment, light, and peace, transforming the humble tree into a sacred emblem of wisdom. Arachne's challenge feels like an echo of that gift, as though she reaches for the same divine favor through sheer excellence. A sudden gust rattles the shutters, and the aroma of rain-damp earth drifts in. You feel as though nature itself is holding its breath, waiting to see if this mortal will topple a deity's legacy. You nearly laugh at the absurdity, like betting you'll beat a blue whale in a swimming contest, then diving into the ocean in your finest linen tunic. Yet you sense this moment is charged with more significance than simple hubris. The apprentices shuffle closer around Arachne, faces shining with a mix of awe and fear. You stand at the back, toes pressed against the earthen floor, wishing you could record every nuance, her steady inhale before speech, the slight curl of her lip at its corners. It's like watching a seasoned actor deliver the performance of a lifetime without the help of stage lights or amplified microphones. One of the apprentices murmurs, "She weaves faster than thought." You nod, recalling the rumored speeds. In workshops across Lydia, where some weavers could spin 50 yards of cloth before sunrise. Arachne's pace might rival those legends, her hands a blur of motion when she chooses. You remember your own fumbling attempts with yarn, ending every scarf in a series of colorful knots that looked more like modern art than wearable attire. Compared to you, she might as well be weaving with her eyes closed. Arachne raises one hand over the swirl of shuttles and bobbins. Come sunrise, if my tapestry does not outshine the handiwork of Olympus, then I will accept whatever divine judgment follows. You feel the weight of her words settle like dew on the workshop floor, a promise sealed like a pact. Every thread she will choose, every shuttle she will send flying, will carry the gravity of this vow. Your heart hammers as you realize you're not just an observer. You're a witness to a challenge that could unravel a legacy. You try to steady your breathing, matching it to the rhythm of your heartbeat, 3 beats in, 3 beats out. Around you, whispers ignite like sparks, some fearful, some excited. You sense the tension coil tighter, ready to snap only when the contest begins. Arachne turns, all at once alert and serene, and returns to her loom with the decisive grace of a fencer assuming guard position. You follow, stepping closer until you can see the shuttle rest between the warped threads, awaiting her command. She raises her foot to the treadle, hovers a moment, then presses down. The shuttle darts forward with a crisp click that echoes like a starting pistol dot. In that instant, you know the contest has begun. The world tilts slightly as if the very air shift to accommodate this mortal's defiance. You brace yourself against the wall, palms damp, voice lodged in your throat. You didn't sign up to compete, but here you are, front row witness to the clash of willpower and divine pride, woven in silk and destiny alike. You lean closer to Arachne's loom, the heat from the hearth brushing your skin like a gentle caress. Her tapestry stretches across the frame, half finished but already brimming with color and motion. You can almost hear the crash of waves as Poseidon hurls his trident into the sea, summoning whirlpools that twist like living serpents. The threads beneath your fingertips feel alive, cool, and slick like river stones, yet tense with latent power. As you trace the edge of the scene, your mind drifts to how storytelling in ancient Greece wove itself into daily life. Every household would host recitals of Homer's epics at festivals, reminding listeners that gods and mortals shared a stage of triumphs and tragedies. In fact, at the Panathenaic festival held every 4 years in Athens, a grand procession would carry a newly woven peplus to Athena's temple, proof that textile art could serve both piety and pageantry. You picture that massive peplus unfurling down the marble steps, its silk shimmering in the sun, much like Arachne's threads gleam under torchlight. Your fingertips slide over a section where Arachne has woven Poseidon's horses silver-maned, steeds pawing at the waves, their eyes, stitched with midnight blue thread, seem to follow your gaze. You can smell the brine, tangy and sharp, as if the ocean has spilled into the workshop. You imagine standing on a cliff overlooking the Aegean Sea, wind whipping your hair back while fishermen chant prayers for calm waters. A flicker of movement catches your eye. An apprentice in the corner dipping a brush into powdered dye, coaxing muted greens into vibrant emeralds. The dye originates from ground malachite, a technique that dates back to the Bronze Age. You recall that malachite was once used as eye shadow in Egypt so ancient that Cleopatra herself might have smudged it on her lids before ruling the Nile. It's wild to think the same mineral bringing a goddess's olive trees to life in your mind once doubled as royal cosmetics thousands of miles away. You inhale deeply, tasting the faint coppery dust lingering in the air. If you had to guess, the apprentice's cheeks would be speckled in mint green dots, like a walking abstract painting. You almost laugh, imagining what Arachne would say if she caught someone flavored by pigment, but you bite your lip. After all, she's focused on stitching a whirlpool that threatens to swallow an entire ship. Above you, the rafters creak, and you glance upward, catching a glimpse of a single strand of web stretching across a joint in the wood, that tiny filament thinner than a human hair could support 50 times its own weight. Spiders distribute pressure across their webs so efficiently that engineers study them today when designing suspension bridges. It's odd comfort to realize nature's architects have been perfecting their craft for millions of years, while human weavers still chase perfection with spindles and shuttles. You press a fingertip against a loose thread and feel its slight give. Every knot here is the product of an artist's decision. How tight to pull, which shade of blue to pick, how much contrast to introduce between sea and sky. It's as much a scientific feat as an artistic one, combining geometry, chemistry, and muscle memory into a single motion, repeated hundreds of times per foot of cloth. Your gaze travels to the sky in Arachne's tapestry, a swirling mass of steel-gray clouds pierced by streaks of lightning. She's captured the exact moment before thunder crashes, the split second of anticipation when the world holds its breath. That tiny instant makes you shiver. It feels as if the tapestry itself could crackle with electricity. You pull back, startled by the sudden drip of water from the rafters. A leak above has begun to weep, dropping cool beads onto a strand you just admired. Arachne doesn't miss a beat. Her shuttle arcs through the warp, transforming droplets into ripples on the water's surface. You realize her mind maps cause, an effect like a chess grandmaster, every stitch anticipating the next move so fluidly you half expect her to be drafting invisible diagrams in the air. Nearby, a candle guttering on the windowsill attracts a moth. It flutters in erratic loops before landing on the flame's edge, beating its wings so fiercely its body glows amber for a moment. You picture the creature in slow motion, dust motes swirling around it, and wonder if moths dream of moonlight rather than flame. It's a small reverie, but in this workshop, even the faintest flicker feels significant. The sea scene on the tapestry fades into another tableau, mermaids singing on rocky islets, their voices coaxing sailors to lean too far over railings. The arches of their hair are stitched with pearlescent thread that catches the light and fractures it into tiny rainbows. You reach out, stroking a mermaid's curling locks, and feel the silk shift like water under your palm. You can almost hear her siren song, low and melodic, bending time itself for any mortal who dares listen too long. Your stomach rumbles, reminding you how long you've been here. You wonder if there's a stray fig or handful of almonds somewhere, but the workshop remains devoted entirely to weaving. The boundary between art and life feels porous, like any second the tapestry might rise off the loom and carry you into a painted sea. From your pocket you extract a slender reed pen and inscribe a quick note on a scrap of parchment. Remember, Silk threads are more slippery than gossip. It's a joke to yourself, probably won't make sense later, but in that moment it seems wise. You tuck the scrap back into your pocket, aware that even your own tools leave subtle marks on this creative sanctum. A kind of hush settles as Arachne ties off a section of dense stitching. She steps back, hands on hips, surveying her work like a general inspecting a battlefield. You mirror her posture across the room, chest tight with admiration and just a dash of envy. She's sculpted motion out of threads, coaxed history and myth into still life, and somehow made the mundane loom seem like a portal. A single loom shuttle rests against the thread, silent now. The hearth's embers glow softly, casting ember red highlights into the mermaid's pearly hair. You imagine the room in full sunrise, when warmth floods every corner and the tapestry's colors would leap out like a chorus of songbirds at dawn. But for now, night claims the workshop, and you remain the sole witness to this living myth. Beyond the open door, the village sleeps, oblivious to the epic unfolding in its heart. Soon, Athena will arrive. Soon, the contest will begin in earnest. But before the gods step onto the stage, you sit in awe of a mortal who spins legend into silk, who threads centuries of story into a single tapestry. In that quiet reverence, you understand the true magic of Arachne's craft. It bridges worlds, connects hearts, and invites any who touch it to become part of the myth themselves. You feel a subtle shift in the air, as though the very atmosphere has tuned itself to Athena's frequency. The temperature cools imperceptibly, and a faint rustling drifts through the rafters like distant robes brushing marble floors. You can almost taste a tang of wisdom on your tongue, a sharp, clear flavor that reminds you of biting into a crisp olive after months of winter. It's as if the goddess herself hovers just beyond sight, her presence threaded into every beam and shadow. Your gaze travels upward to the rafters, where olive branches, Athena's sacred symbol, are painted in flickering torchlight. Legend says she gifted the first olive tree to the Athenians, securing her place as their patron deity, and today the olive remains a symbol of peace and prosperity. In your mind's eye, you imagine the first sapling sprouting from the earth, roots burrowing into the soil and sending shoots skyward, branches heavy with promise. A soft footfall echoes from the workshop entrance. You turn, heart fluttering, but it's only an apprentice bringing in a fresh lamp. The oil's smoky fragrance rolls into the room, mingling with the earthy scent of flax and wool. It's a scent that feels both ancient and alive, like inhaling the dust of forgotten libraries and the promise of new knowledge yet to be discovered. Leaning against a workbench, you trace a finger along an array of tools, awls, heddles, and bobbins neatly arranged in descending order. Each one bears faint scratches and dents, a testament to years of dedicated use. You consider how Athena is credited with inventing the loom itself, bestowing the gift of weaving upon humanity to honor clever hands and ingenious minds. It's said that before her intervention, mortals struggled to bind threads evenly, and cloth was uneven, ragged, and frail. Now, under her tutelage, textiles became strong, even luxurious. Your eyes settle on a small, carved figurine perched on a shelf, an owl with wings outstretched, eyes wide and alert. It's Athena's familiar, a silent sentinel that watches over every corner. You recall that an Athenian silver owl coin once circulated widely, become the emblem of the city's wealth and intellectual prowess. Imagine carrying one of those coins in your pocket, its weight a reminder of commerce mingled with divine favor. You almost reach out to stroke the figurine, but pause. There's something reverent about keeping distance when honoring a deity. Somewhere behind you, the loom's strings creak as if adjusting themselves in anticipation. You step closer, peering at the warped threads, each one pulled taut, like a bowstring ready to release. It feels as though the workshop itself has learned to breathe in time with the goddess's calm, measured heartbeat. A whisper brushes past your ear. You startle, but see only the wavering shadows cast by flapping tapestries hung to dry. The workshops of ancient Athens often doubled as communal spaces where poets recited odes and philosophers debated the nature of virtue. You imagine this place filled with voices raised in discussion, the very air vibrating with ideas. For a moment you almost hear fragments of those debates. Questions about the essence of beauty, the responsibilities of power, the price of ambition. A sudden skitter draws your attention downward. The same orb weaver from earlier scuttles along the edge of a table, pausing to taste the air with the hairs on its legs. Spiders shed their exoskeletons several times as they mature, a process called molting that allows them to grow larger. In some species, spiders can even consume their old shells to reclaim nutrients. It's an odd comfort to recognize that growth often demands leaving something behind. You return to the loom, your fingertips brushing the cool wood. You notice a stray spindle leaning against a thread-winding peg. Its shaft glints with fine, spiral grooves worn smooth by constant handling. You twist it lightly in your fingers and feel its residual warmth, as though it spent moments ago spinning delicate strands into yarn far above. A sliver of moonlight pierces a gap between roof tiles, illuminating specks of dust that drift lazily in the beam. It's like watching stars float on a black river. The pale glow highlights a single thread caught on a nail. You gaze at it, struck by how a single misplaced fiber can disrupt an entire pattern. It's a lesson in precision, one that mortal and divine hands alike must heed. In the corner, you spot a bundle of dried laurel leaves, another emblem of victory and wisdom. Victors of the Pythian Games wore laurel wreaths in Athena's honor, a symbol of triumph born from discipline and skill. You imagine an athlete, sweat coursing down her brow, placing that wreath upon her head and feeling the cool leaves press against her skin, marking her as both champion and guest of the gods. Your breath catches as a soft chime peals from the doorway. You turn to see Athena herself stepping into the workshop, no longer masked by an old woman's guise. She stands tall, clad in glimmering bronze armor, a spear in one hand and a shield bearing her owl at the center. Her gaze sweeps the room, eyes the color of storm clouds tinged with lightning, assessing everything with keen intelligence. Her entrance transforms the space. The torches flare brighter, as though in salute, and the very wood seems to stand at attention. You feel small, as if you've been standing in a library and someone just dropped a star onto the reading table. Yet rather than fear, you sense encouragement in her posture, the intention to guide mortals toward excellence, not merely to judge. Athena's gaze drifts to Arachne, who rises to meet her challenge without a flicker of hesitation. You watch as Arachne inclines her head in respect, hands folded before her. The tapestry behind her flickers in the torchlight, colors deepening, forms sharpening. You realize this contest is as much about honoring craft as it is about measuring. Skilled, you step back, folding your arms, and observe the goddess's measured approach. Each step Athena takes across the floor is deliberate, her sandals whispering against the stone. You notice her eyes linger on the loom's beam, tracing the joinery and the way the wood grain flows seamlessly. It's clear she admires the frame, almost as much as the threads it holds. Arachne watches Athena approach, posture unbowed but respectful. You feel a bridge forming between them, a shared terrain of creativity where mortal zeal and divine wisdom converge. It's a rare moment, a testament to the power of art to unify disparate realms. When Athena stops before the loom, she lifts her spear lightly and taps the floor. The sound resonates, a single crystalline note that stills the room entirely. For a heartbeat, the only movement is a flicker in the torch flames. Then, with a graceful tilt of her head, Athena speaks in a voice that echoes like wind through temple columns. Let the contest begin. You inhale sharply, absorbing the weight of her words. Around you, apprentices straighten, eyes bright with excitement. The air hums with tension and promise, every corner alive with potential. You realize you're witnessing the moment when myth bends toward human hands, when divine expectation meets mortal daring, and as the goddess's gaze settles on Arachne's tapestry, you steady yourself for what comes next, knowing you're standing at the threshold of legend where every thread will count and every choice will echo through eternity. You scarcely register the click of the workshop door before a slender figure shuffles into view. At first glance she appears an old woman, her back bent beneath a threadbare cloak, a wooden staff in hand, and wrinkles deep as furrows on her face. You catch the faintest glimmer of metal at her belt, a small bronze key, whose purpose you can only guess. Her steps are deliberate, each one sounding like a soft drum against the stone, and you sense the same calm authority that ripples beneath Athena's full glory. Though her features are drawn tight in the guise of age, she pauses at the threshold and surveys the room, her dark eyes sharp beneath heavy lids. You watch as she lifts one gnarled hand and tucks a stray tendril of hair behind her ear, then taps her staff twice on the floor. The sound echoes like a double knock on an invitation-only door. Arachne halts mid-weave, shuttle poised in midair, and you feel the workshop's energy constrict around this newcomer's presence. No offense, my child, the old woman croaks, voice raspy as dried reeds, but I came to see if your boast matches your skill. She tilts her head, regarding the grand tapestry like a jeweler inspecting a cut diamond. You sense a challenge in the air, charged with expectation, thicker than the wool piled in the corner. Arachne squares her shoulders and meets the old woman's gaze. If you doubt me, then weave alongside me, she answers, her tone so steady. You can almost taste the iron tang of resolve on the air. The apprentices exchange uneasy glances, and you shift your weight, aware that you're now part of an audience to something far more than mortal contest. The old woman studies Arachne's loom for a long moment. Then, with a swift motion that belies her age, she taps her staff on the beam, and the wood vibrates faintly. The loom itself seems to shudder, as though recognizing a divine summons. You lean forward, catching the scent of beeswax and sandalwood. On the old woman's cloak, an aroma reserved for rare rituals and temple sanctifications. You will weave, she continues, voice now clear as temple bells at dawn, but not as you have before. She gestures to an empty loom frame at the room's far side, one you hadn't even noticed. Its beams are polished, its pegs set, and a single bolt of raw white silk draped neatly across the top. Your challenge is to capture the essence of Athena's domain in thread, the old woman declares. If you triumph, you honor the goddess's gifts. If you fail, humility will be your lesson. You feel your pulse quicken as Arachne steps toward the second loom. She runs her palm along the silk, and you catch the softest whisper of color shifting beneath her fingers. It's like touching mist at dawn, cold and vibrating with possibility. You notice how the raw silk glows faintly in torchlight, a luminescence achieved through techniques developed in ancient China centuries before the Silk Road reached Greece. A quiet murmur rolls through the apprentices. You recall that in the 6th century BC, Greek women routinely worked on distaffs and looms in private chambers, dedicating hours each day to spinning and weaving as both a practical necessity and a symbol of domestic virtue. Here, Arachne's task is the opposite. She must make an act of creation public, risking her reputation before both mortals and gods. The old woman leans heavily on her staff, gaze sweeping across every tool laid out for Arachne's use. Bobbins packed with coal-black, silk dyed in kermes, a scarlet pigment extracted from tiny beetles that once sold for its weight in gold. Spools of thread spun from the finest flax, and a basket of crushed lapis lazuli intended to lend a celestial hue to the richest blues. You inhale the tang of insect dye, a memory of your first taste of saffron tea, mingling with the idea of silk dyed in beetle vermilion, bitter, earthy, yet somehow sweet. Without a word, Arachne steps between the beams. She sets her foot on the treadle and eases the launch shuttle into its cradle. You feel the same hush you sensed before Athena's arrival, as though the room is holding its breath in solidarity with the loom. Then the shuttle arcs forward with a gentle click, and the first thread of the new tapestry races across the warp. You can almost hear the fabric singing a low hum that resonates through the wooden frame. The old woman watches every motion, her eyes narrowing with a mixture of curiosity and approval. You notice the way her staff seems to pulse with energy, as though carved from living wood. When she shifts her weight, the tiny charms hanging from her belt, an owl, an olive leaf, and a small spindle jingle softly. It's as if Athena's familiar totems are secretly hidden among her belongings. Arachne's fingers move in a fluent dance. She weaves olive branches and owls into the silk, the motifs overlapping in patterns that feel both familiar and new. You can almost smell crushed olives and the tang of morning dew. Each pass of the shuttle presses the fibers so precisely that the threads lie flat, catching torchlight in patterns that shift as you tilt your head. You imagine how this same technique was used centuries later by Byzantine weavers to create imperial robes, textiles so fine they could pass through the eye of a needle. Meanwhile, the old woman remains silent, her gaze alternately resting on the growing design and the spinner's steady movements. You feel the tension coil tighter with every weft shot, knotted between eagerness and dread. What if Arachne's pride falters? What if a single misstep unravels all her years of practice? A sudden creak of the rafters draws your eyes upward. You glimpse a single spider web woven between two beams, its geometry so precise that it could have been drawn with a compass. Spiders produce dragline silk that's 5 times stronger than steel of the same thickness. A reminder that even the tiniest creatures can set benchmarks no mortal or god could easily surpass. The tiny architect hangs motionless, its legs touching. Not just strands, but centuries of evolution dot below. Arachne ties off a section of olive leaves with a flourish, then steps back to study her work. The olive motif spreads across the silk like a living vine. Doves woven in pale ivory thread perch among the branches. The scene evokes both peace and vigilance, a duality that feels perfectly fitting for Athena's domain. You lean closer, noticing subtleties. A single dove holds an acorn in its beak, a nod to Athena's association with growth and sustenance. An olive branch curls into an abstract owl's head, its round eyes crafted from knots of darker thread. Every choice seems deliberate, like a composer layering harmonies in a symphony. The old woman finally speaks, her voice cutting through the hush. "You honor the gift well," she says, stepping forward so that her staff taps the floor once more. The loom vibrates, and you imagine Athena's approval echoing through the very wood. But your creation must breathe wisdom as much as beauty. With that, she lifts her cloak's hood, and you witness the transformation in a single heartbeat. Skin smooth and timeless, eyes aglow with divine light, the old woman sheds her mortal guise. In her place stands Athena herself, radiant in a simple gown of olive green wool. Her hair falls in glossy waves, and her spear rests against the loom's beam like a silent sentinel. The torch flames bow toward her presence, and even the loom seems to hum in recognition. You feel a surge of awe so intense you wonder if your knees will buckle. Athena's gaze sweeps the tapestry, then meets Arachne's eyes, and you sense both pride and contention mingled in that silent exchange. The goddess raises a hand and brushes a fingertip across the thread. The silk responds, shifting color slightly, like water at sunset. You realize that in this moment, mortal craftsmanship and divine artistry stand side by side, each reflecting the other's strengths and vulnerabilities. Athena steps back, nods. Once, and with a voice that rings like temple bells, says, "Your skill honors the mortal heart." Then she turns her gaze on you, and for a heartbeat you meet her eyes, an electric connection that leaves you breathless. You feel as though you've passed a test of your own, simply by witnessing this confrontation of wills and talents. In that silent space, you understand more clearly than ever that weaving is not just craft or contest. It's a conversation between hands, heart, and the very essence of creation, whether mortal or divine. You trail Athena's elegant silhouette. As she glides past the loom, her gaze fixed on the tapestry's edge. She stops beside a narrow alcove where wall-mounted braziers crackle, flames dancing across chiseled reliefs of Greek heroes. Your palms sweat against the coarse-hewn stone, anticipation prickling like 1,000 tiny needles. Then Athena speaks, her voice low and shimmering. Listen well, for true mastery hides in what you cannot see. She steps back into shadow, and you lean forward. The words that follow come in riddles, woven as seamlessly as threads through the warp. Where hearts entwine with silver light and mortal pride meets reason's sight, there blooms a truth beyond mere sight, unseen by day, revealed by night. Your fingertips tingle, as though the air itself hums with hidden meaning. You glance at the tapestry, but the scene of olive branches and owls seems too familiar, too solid, to conceal deeper layers. A single moth, drawn by the brazier's glow, flutters between you and the goddess, its wings brushing your cheek. You stifle a chuckle if riddles arrive by moth mail. You've definitely fallen into a myth. Athena's eyes, dark and storm-tossed, meet yours. What is unseen, she intones, is often the measure of a weaver's soul. Then she steps away, taloned sandals echoing against stone, and dissolves into the torchlight's wavering edge. You're left alone, heart pounding, the riddle coiling around your mind like a restless serpent. Your gaze drifts back to Arachne, who stands motionless by the loom, her brow furrowed. You realize the contest has shifted. This is no longer a simple comparison of speed or color choice, but a test of insight. You inhale, tasting the faint metallic tang of blood from a nicked finger, your own, likely caused by brushing against the loom's corner in your haste. Fitting, somehow, that a small wound might sharpen your focus. You step closer to the tapestry, eyes scanning every thread. The silver light of the owl's feathers catches your attention. You remember that Athenians believed the first owl, sighting before dawn, foretold a clear day. Suddenly silver light in the riddle hints at perception beyond daylight vision, perhaps a pattern that only reveals itself in moonlight. You glance at the night sky through the open window. The moon is full, its pale face drifting above olive groves. A thrill runs through you. Maybe the truth sleeps beneath the moon's glow, waiting to be unearthed. You move one of the braziers closer and angle it so the flame's light flickers across the tapestry's surface. Shadows shift, threads gleam. Differently, but nothing leaps out yet. You step back, humming an off-key tune about weaving that you once heard in a taverna. It feels oddly soothing. Then you remember that the peplus presented at the Panathenaic festival was draped over Athena's statue by torchlight, the gods themselves shielded from direct gaze. Perhaps you need not change the lighting, but shift your perspective. You close one eye and peer from the corner of the other. The olive leaves and owls merge, forming new shapes. Could those branches spell an inscription if viewed askew? You mumble, first you must unsee, then you must perceive. A half-smile tugs the corner of your lips. That's a line from an old riddle your grandmother recited on stormy nights. You shake your head. No ancient weaver owed her any family rhymes. You crouch, examining the tapestry's underside, where inconspicuous knots hide. There, amid uniform stitches, you spot a single golden thread tied in a small loop. You tug it gently in a segment. Of the silk pulls aside, revealing tiny symbols embroidered in dark blue, an olive leaf, an owl's eye, and a crescent moon. It's a sequence rather than an image. Your heartbeat surges, so the riddle's first line, where hearts entwine, with silver light, points to that moon symbol. The next lines might correspond to the olive and the owl, but what truth do they reveal in order? You rise, ruffled with excitement, and recall that in Delphi, Priests inscribed cryptic responses on oak leaves before delivering an oracle messages that mortals struggled to interpret for centuries. This feels similar, as though you must decode an oracular message hiding in plain sight. You glance at Arachne's face. She crouches as well, scrutinizing the same panel. She raises an eyebrow, then raises a finger to her lips. You nod and return to the tapestry, heart hammering with camaraderie. Next, you examine the silver thread itself. It's masterfully woven, so fine it might slip through the eye of a needle without friction. You remember reading that medieval Venetian lace makers used a similar technique, though far later in history, to create lace so intricate it could hold dew without dripping. Here, decades before, this silver loop serves as a keyhole in the weave. You press your thumb against it, and a soft click echoes an impossibility. Yet the loom shivers in response. The tapestry slides sideways along its rails, revealing a hidden compartment within the loom's frame. Your breath catches inside lies a small scroll of parchment, yellowed and curled at the edges. You withdraw it carefully, untying the copper wire binding that's twisted into the shape of a tiny owl. The scroll unfurls, and you read by the brazier's irregular light. To honor skill, see what's concealed, where moonlight, wisdom, and peace are revealed. Bind heart to mind, and pride you'll heal. Only then shall true artistry kneel. Another riddle, almost a refrain of the first. You glance at the scroll's margin, where someone's neat hand has sketched an owl perched on an olive branch beneath a crescent moon. No mystery now why those three images were chosen. But what act does bind heart to mind describe? You tap your finger against your temple, then your chest, as though you might literally tie the two. A laugh bubbles up. You picture yourself physically tying your brain to your heart with silk ribbon. Unlikely, but the absurd image somehow lifts the riddle's weight. Behind you, Arachne exhales sharply. I see it, she whispers. The true test isn't speed or color. It's humility and craft, realizing that creation demands both emotion and reason. You sit back on your heels. She's right. The riddle points to balance, not boastfulness. Pride untethered yields hubris. Skill without thought is blind. The lesson hidden in riddles, you realize, is that mastery requires both, passion and wisdom woven together. You rise, scroll in hand, and turn to Arachne. She nods, her eyes bright with shared understanding. Together you replace the tapestry, aligning the frame until it clicks into place. The hidden compartment seals itself silently, as though satisfied. You glance at Athena's brazier, no trace of her figure, but you sense her approval like a warm breeze stirring drapery. A spontaneous giggle escapes you. Who knew riddles came with secret drawers? You tuck the scroll into your belt. Arachne grins, and in that moment, the contest transforms. It's no longer a battle of mortal versus divine, but a collaboration of insight and craft. You rub your wrist where your heart tattoo an olive branch meets your sleeve. Never has its design felt more pertinent. A sudden snap echoes from the rafters as a branch outside sways in a subtle wind. You close your eyes, letting the sounds and scents combine. The crackle of olive wood, the coppery dust of the dye, the gentle hum of the loom's heartbeat. In the silence, you feel the riddle's final truth settle, that art's greatest secret often lies not in what dazzles the eyes, but in what stirs the soul. With renewed purpose, you return to the loom, each step deliberate. The contest continues, but you carry with you a lesson hidden in riddles, to weave with both head and heart, binding emotion and intellect into every thread. And as the tapestry awaits its next stroke of genius, you realize you've become part of the myth itself, initiated into the quiet mysteries that shape legends and lull restless minds into blissful wonder. You settle back into the wooden bench. Beside Arachne, the loom's vibrations humming beneath you like a gentle heartbeat. The hidden scroll tucked safely in your belt feels warm against your ribs, an intimate reminder of the lesson you and Arachne decoded together. The workshop, once charged with the thrill of competition, now pulses with a quieter energy. One of respect for craft as much as for divine challenge. Arachne lifts her shuttle and pauses, eyeing the expanse of raw silk before her. She inhales deeply, tasting the faint trace of olive oil from the lamps, and exhales with purpose. You watch her choose a spool of midnight blue thread, thicker than the others, and woven with fine strands of silver. That choice alone feels like a statement bold yet tinged with reverence. It's similar to the dyeing techniques used in ancient Corinth, where dyers mixed indigo with metallic salts to achieve that opalescent sheen. Those robes were reserved for dignitaries and priests, a testament to social standing and ceremonial respect. Now here in this humble workshop, Arachne elevates mere silk to something almost sacred. You brush a stray lock of hair from your face and lean closer. Why blue? You ask quietly, though you suspect you already know the answer. She glances at you, her eyes bright with a mixture of defiance and thoughtfulness. Blue belongs to the sea and the sky realms ruled by gods. Yes, but also by natural laws, she murmurs. By weaving these threads, I acknowledge the divine domain, even as I challenge its bounds. You nod, absorbing the nuance, defiance, carefully edged with deference. With a graceful motion, Arachne threads the shuttle and presses her foot to the treadle. The first pass lays down a line of blue so deep it seems to pull light into itself. You can almost feel the weight of the waves it represents, the centripetal force of Poseidon's chariot wheels dragging ships beneath foam. Arachne's hands move with intent, her fingers dancing over the warp, as if conducting an orchestra. You realize that true mastery demands both confidence and humility, confident enough to assert your vision, humble enough to honor the forces that inspire it. While she weaves, you trace the loom's carved embellishments, serpentine patterns etched into the wood, likely added by previous apprentices. According to surviving inventories from classical Athens, some weaving workshops catalog their looms like prized livestock, noting each frame's provenance and serial repairs. It speaks to how central textile production was not merely a pastime, but a recordable, transferable asset. Here the carvings bear witness to generations who poured sweat and dreams into this very grain. Arachne's second pass threads silver through the blue, creating a swirling vortex pattern. You imagine the stars reflected in restless seas, an image that somehow feels both familiar and endlessly new. The silver glints catch the torchlight, scattering tiny diamonds across the silk. Your gaze flicks to the smallest lamps in the room, some fashioned from painted terracotta, others from hammered bronze. One tiny lamp, no larger than your palm, features a relief of Athena's owl in mid-flight. That owl, you recall, was so feared in some city-states that a nighttime hoot could be taken as a sign to postpone legal trials or assemblies. Arachne works steadily, her expression composed but intense. You notice how she pauses between each pattern change, fingertips hovering over the threads as if weighing the balance between color and texture. Her pause is a pact with herself, to honor the process as much as the product. You feel inspired, recalling the first tapestry you ever tried to weave in college, where you insisted on rushing through the design only to end up with tangled yarn and frayed edges. Compared to your youthful haste, Arachne's rhythm feels like a meditation. You lean down and pick up a discarded bobbin, turning it in your hand. It's hollow, its interior lined with a fine coating of beeswax to reduce friction. Remarkably, DNA analysis of beeswax from pottery shards in Crete shows that Minoan artisans employed similar coatings as early as 1600 BCE. That means craftsmen here were building on traditions older than the mythic walls of Knossos, their techniques refined through millennia. You slip the bobbin back and suddenly feel connected to every weaver known. And anonymous, whoever sat at a loom. Arachne's next design emerges. A meandering border of olive leaves in muted green, their veins highlighted with copper-red stitching. You inhale as the transition unfolds, the rustle of thread against thread like pages turning in an ancient manuscript. She told you once that the copper pigment she uses comes from ground malachite, treated with vinegar, a time-consuming alchemy. That yields that distinctive rust tone. It's a nod to both science and art, a tiny chemical reaction, married to aesthetic vision. As you watch, one of the apprentices slips forward with a small brush and adds a faint dusting of powdered lapis, infusing the leaves with specks of midnight blue. Granules. The effect is subtle, as if the leaves caught the sky's reflection at dawn. That apprentice glances at you, flushed with pride, and you offer an encouraging smile. It's easy to forget how collaborative this art can be, even in a contest framed as solitary. You shift on the bench, and from the corner of your eye spot the little orb weaver spider again, perched atop a spindle. It scuttles down a thread, weaving its own lace in miniature among the bobbins. You marvel at how spiders produce up to 7 types of silk, each with different tensile strength and elasticity. Their dragline silk, used for the web's frame, can stretch more than 4 times its length without breaking nature's supermaterial. In this workshop, the spider and the weaver share a silent camaraderie of craft, each mastering threads in their own realm. Arachne switches to ivory thread for the next section, weaving a narrow band of olives and owls intertwined. The pale threads glow against a darker background, forming a pattern that feels both protective and watchful. You realize she's creating a visual mantra, an eternal reminder that wisdom, the owl, and peace, the olive, must coexist. It's a quiet defiance, a weaving of respect into rebellion. Your own hands twitch with the urge to help. You straighten and ask, "Is there a way I can assist?" Arachne pauses and meets your eyes. "Hold the spool lightly," she says, extending it toward you. "Guide the tension." You take the spool, surprised by how soft and springy it feels, like the perfect bounce of a trampoline. As you adjust the thread's pull, You sense the balance between slack and strain, the fine line where a tapestry can sing or sag. For a moment you feel the loom's heartbeat synchronize with your own. Together, you and Arachne complete the olive and owl border. The apprentices murmur approval, and even the air seems to exhale. You step back, cradling the spool, and admire how the tapestry now carries a dual message, mortal daring bound by divine homage. It's as if every thread tucks a bow around a shared truth, that excellence lives in the space between pride and humility. A warm breeze drifts through the open window, carrying the scent of jasmine and distant sea salt. You close your eyes and imagine you're standing on a cliff overlooking the Aegean, the sun melting into the horizon. The workshop momentarily dissolves, replaced by endless sky and water, before returning with the flicker of torchlight. Arachne leans over, brushing a loose strand back into place. "Respect isn't defeat," she says softly. "It's the foundation upon which we build greatness." Her words resonate deeper than any lecture you've heard. You nod, grateful for the chance to witness her craft and to weave a small part of it yourself. As the olive and owl motif settles into its final knot, Arachne ties off with a decisive flick. The loom hums, the tapestry stretching taut across its frame. You exchange a look with her, and in that glance, recognition passes that this tapestry, more than any before, embodies the harmony of defiance and respect. Beyond the workshop door, the villagers lie asleep, unaware that the greatest duel of skill and spirit just reached a new peak. Within these walls, you and Arachne have woven more than silk. You've woven a bridge between mortal tenacity and divine grace. And as you settle back, letting the moment wash over you, you realize that every thread you've touched carries a story, a memory, and a lesson that will linger long after the contest ends. You step back into the center of the workshop, caught between two looms that stand like rivals in the dim torchlight. Arachne's loom stretches its carved oak beams, each joint polished, smooth by years of use, while opposite it Athena's frame gleams with an otherworldly perfection, no joint rough, no peg misaligned. You can almost feel the workshop's walls lean inward, eager spectators to this silent duel of threads and wills. The air is thick with heat and anticipation, scented by beeswax, olive oil, and the coppery tang of malachite dye. Each breath feels like inhaling possibility. You press a palm to the rough stone floor, feeling its cool solidity anchoring you even as your pulse races. Behind you, apprentices hover, eyes bright as they ready shuttles and bobbins. Their whispers blend into a soft hum, the soundtrack to a contest that predates written law tales tell of competitions held at the Panathenaic festival every 4 years, where weavers presented a new peplus for Athena herself. Here and now, that same spirit crackles between you. Arachne approaches her loom first. You watch her fingers brush away stray fibers, her movements so precise they could have been carved in marble. She lifts the shuttle, tongue flicking out in concentration, and presses down on the treadle. The shuttle sails forward with a crisp click and returns, over and over, drawing invisible lines of momentum across the warp. Each pass is a heartbeat, steady and unwavering. Athena stands poised at her loom, one hand resting gracefully on the frame. She lifts a shuttle spun of golden threads, and for a moment you're blinded by the shaft's radiant glow. Then she releases it, and it moves with a fluidity that seems to bend the very air, threads combing through warp like moonlight through mist. The clash of shuttles, one living, human-paced, the other divine, creates a rhythm that makes your chest vibrate. Wander between the looms, careful not to disturb a single thread. To your left, Arachne's tapestry unfurls in concentric rings, olive boughs giving way to swirling waves, owls in flight and hidden in the border, a tiny spider's web, woven so delicate you worry it might vanish at a breath's touch. To your right, Athena's work depicts a tapestry of wisdom, olive trees rooted in geometric patterns, owls perched on laurel branches, and patterns so precise they echo the golden ratio that fascinated Pythagoras centuries before. A sudden flicker in the torchlight casts dancing shadows across the floor. The two weavers pause, as if sensing the same flicker of doubt that can creep into the human heart. You catch Arachne's brow crease for a fraction of a second, then smooth again as she inhales deeply. Finds Athena inclines her head ever so slightly, acknowledging the stakes. It feels like a breath drawn by the world itself. You crouch to study Arachne's edge, where threads knot and untangle in minute explorations of color. You spot one section where she's blended copper red into emerald green, creating a flame-like fringe that seems to flicker in the firelight. You almost reach out, longing to feel the silk shift under your fingertip, but you resist. This is a dance of vision and hands, not curious meddling. A breeze seeps in through an open window, stirring the threads on both looms. You glance upward. Outside, a lone owl glides past the moon, its wings brushing the night air. This isn't lost on either competitor. Athena's sacred bird, mirroring her own presence. For a moment it hovers before vanishing into darkness. You shiver, realizing that nature itself has taken sides in this weave. Beside you, an apprentice gasps as a few stray threads snap under tension. You hear the soft ping, like a plucked string, and both Arachne and Athena adjust their grips. You recall a curious fact passed down by storytellers. Some ancient tapestry artists used donkey droppings to mordant wool, believing the ammonia would set dyes more vividly. It's a strange alchemy, and here the dyes seem vivid enough without any such eccentric help. Arachne's shuttle speeds up. You sense exhilaration in her every flick of the wrist. She's in that zone where hours slip by in seconds. Sweat beads along her hairline, but her expression is serene, as though she's translating some private vision into silk. Beside you, Athena's weaving slows, each movement measured, deliberate, a display of perfect control. It's as if she's teaching rather than challenging, showing what can be achieved with centuries of practice and divine insight. You step back, feeling the full force of this moment, mortal ambition and divine grace entwined in cold oak and warm blood. The looms. The shuttles clip, click, and time seems to stretch and contract. You can almost hear the echoes of ancient crowds cheering at athletic games, the same roar now encoded in vibrations along the warp. Suddenly, the apprentice holding the blue lapis dust slips, sending a cloud of powder swirling into the air. The iron mist catches the torchlight, sparkling like tiny stars. You cough and wave your hand, trying to clear it, but in the haze you notice a small design emerging in Arachne's work, a portrait of a young woman peering from behind olive leaves, eyes bright with curiosity. It's so lifelike you wonder if it's Arachne's own reflection. She pauses, brushes away the excess dust, and resumes unflinching. Athena's tapestry, meanwhile, reveals a concealed pattern. When viewed from a low angle, the geometric border aligns into interlocking triangles, a symbol some philosophers say represents the harmonious interplay of body, mind, and spirit. Pythagoras himself wrote about such shapes, believing they held cosmic truths. That hidden alignment feels intentional, a message beyond mere decoration. You lean forward, eyes flicking between the two works. The torchlight puzzles them into snapshots of motion. Olives dangling, waves cresting, owls mid-flap. You realize this contest isn't about finishing first, but about revealing something deeper, whether mortal hands can channel divine wisdom, and whether a goddess can embrace human creativity. A sudden hush falls. The last torch guttering by the doorway sputters and dies, plunging the workshop into partial darkness. Only the two looms remain lit by torches high on the walls. You and the apprentices hold your breath. Then, as if on cue, both looms slip into their final passes. Arachne threads a single strand of silver into the heart of her tableau, while Athena weaves a thin gold filament across her geometric border. The contrast is breathtaking. Silver weaving passion, gold embodying reason. In that suspended moment, you watch the divine and the mortal converge. The tapestry frames glow, shadows dancing in the spaces between threads, and you feel a gentle exhilaration. Arachne releases her treadle and stands back, chest rising, with one last breath of triumph. Athena steps away from her loom with a poised nod, her divine eyes reflecting torchlight in quiet respect. Silence stretches. No whispered comment, no rustle of fabric. Then Arachne laughs softly, a light, clear sound, and Athena inclines her head in acknowledgement. The workshop seems to exhale. You realize that the contest has transcended its origin. It has become a celebration of craft, a bridge between earth and Olympus woven in silk and spirit. You step forward, heart thrumming, and place a hand on Arachne's loom. The wood hums under your palm, as if pleased by your touch. Opposite, Athena's frame seems to pulse with silent approval. The two tapestries stand side by side, mirrors of ambition and homage, teaching you that true artistry isn't about winning or losing, but about weaving together pride and respect into something eternal. You step between the two looms, the click of your sandals on the earthen floor barely louder than distant breathing. On your left, Arachne's tapestry revels in playful audacity. Dionysus tangled in grapevines, Apollo tripping over his own lyre strings, Hermes juggling winged sandals. The colors are vibrant carmine reds, sunflower yellows, deep lapis blues each. You selected with the precision of a master chef layering spices. You lean in, fingertips hovering over the threads, and feel the vibrations of her scenes of divine folly, as if the gods themselves had stifled laughter at their own misadventures. On your right, Athena's work unfolds in serene order, a recurring motif of olive branches spiraling into perfect symmetry, interwoven with geometric patterns that echo the golden ratio. The olives are stitched in muted greens, their plump forms rendered so realistically you can almost taste the fruit's buttery flesh. Owls perch at each quadrant, their eyes glinting with quiet wisdom, reminding you that the bird was once believed. to foretell safe voyages when seen at night. The borders align so precisely that they form tessellating triangles and hexagons, patterns admired by Pythagoras himself and still studied in modern design schools. You draw a slow breath, letting the scents wash over you: honeyed beeswax, damp olive wood, the sharp tang of bronze. The looms hum softly, as though they recognize your gaze, urging you to choose which world you wish to inhabit: rebellion or restraint, humor or harmony. You decide there's room in your heart for both. Moving first to Arachne's side, you crouch and trace a silken strand with one fingernail. It's impossibly fine, yet taut, recalling stories of ancient Chinese silk weavers who spun threads so delicate they could be threaded through the eye of a sewing needle without snapping. Here, that finesse allows Arachne to depict every detail of Apollo's knobbly knee and Dionysus's startled expression. You smile at Dionysus's goat-footed flip-flops, an invention ahead of its time, blending fashion with myth. You almost reach out to pet the goat fur, but remember that threads, like memories, fray under careless touch. A gentle breeze stirs the workshop, wafting through the open window and setting stray threads adrift. They dance between the looms, weaving an ephemeral bridge in the air. You step beneath, arms outstretched, letting the threads brush your skin. The sensation is cool and electric, like fingertip contact with a harp string just after its note fades. You imagine these silken whiskers activating hidden sensors, translating every shift into sound, an ASMR concert for the soul. Turning to Athena's tapestry, you crouch again, this time admiring the precision of her olive leaf patterns. Each leaf bears minute veins stitched in slightly darker green, a level of detail that would impress even a surgeon examining capillaries. You recall reading that in classical Athens, olive oil was so valuable it was used as currency and tribute. One vase could pay a day's wages for a skilled laborer. Here, each olive thread feels like a droplet of that precious oil, infused with centuries of economic might and ceremonial reverence. You stand and step back, comparing the two masterpieces across a span of barely 3 paces. Arachne's tapestry feels alive, every scene a snapshot of divine mischief, while Athena's radiates stillness like a calm sea under starlight. One invites you to chuckle at the absurdities of immortals. The other urges contemplation of ideals that outlast empires. Your stomach rumbles, a reminder of the long hours you've sat here. You imagine reaching for a fig or a handful of roasted chickpeas, but the brilliance of these woven worlds distracts you. Instead, you let your senses feast on the interplay of color and form. Arachne's spontaneous flourishes of crimson recall street art sprayed on brick walls, bold, unrestrained, and impossible to ignore. Athena's measured vines evoke the regimented rows of vineyards that supply the finest wines to Athenian banquets. Every plant placed for optimal sun and growth. A stray spider descends from a beam on a single thread, pausing on Athena's border before scuttling across the frame. You watch it inspect the patterns, its 8 eyes reflecting torchlight like tiny textbooks in a library. Spiders produce different silks for each part of their web's dragline for structure. Capture silk for elasticity, yet here it explores both mortal and divine webs alike. You can't help but feel kinship with the creature, a small artisan marveling at grand designs. You step back toward Arachne's tapestry, fingertips brushing the scene, where Hephaestus brandishes a hammer that looks suspiciously like a modern machinist's tool. You grin at the anachronism, thinking of that time you tried 3D printing a wrench and ended up with something only useful for stirring honey. Arachne's humor is timeless, reminding you that creativity often leaps across millennia, connecting workshop rooms in ancient Greece to studios in contemporary cities. Switching your gaze back, you note that Athena's design includes tiny dots of lapis lazuli pigment woven directly into the silk. The technique of embedding mineral powders predates this contest. Medieval tapestry makers ground semi-precious stones into their dyes for subtle shimmer. Here, the effect is understated dots of deep blue that catch the light only when the tapestry shifts. Like hidden stars in a midnight sky, you catch your reflection in a polished bronze loom peg and realize you've been holding your breath. Releasing it, you feel a subtle shift in perspective. The duel isn't about declaring a victor, but celebrating the union of two creative impulses. Arachne's fearless flair and Athena's disciplined design complement each other, like jazz. Improvisation dancing around a classical sonata's structure. A low murmur ripples through the apprentices, and you step aside to let them move closer. They swap odd glances, whispering about technique and vision, carrying threads from one tapestry's edge to the other. You watch a young weaver trace a path from Apollo's entangled lyre strings to the geometric lines of Athena's triangles, as if charting a conversation between light-hearted mischief and stoic order. Encouraged, you place a hand on the loom's beam, feeling the cool grain of the oak. The wood's memory echoes beneath your palm, the countless hands that have shaped it, the dreams woven through every fiber. You imagine each loom as a living archive, a repository of triumphs and mistakes, guarded by spiders and apprentices alike. A stray mote of dust drifts through a shaft of moonlight, highlighting the swirling patterns on both tapestries. In that moment, you see how Arachne's grapes mirror Athena's olives, each fruit a symbol, one of indulgence, the other of moderation. The juxtaposition feels deliberate, a silent note in a symphony of threads. You imagine the god of comedy and the goddess of wisdom sharing a bench under an olive tree, debating the merits of laughter versus logic. It's a scene worthy of its own tapestry. You step back and release a breath that feels heavier than when you began. The looms stand before you, side by side, mortal and divine united in their craft. You sense that the contest has shifted into celebration, a recognition that artistry flourishes when bold invention and thoughtful design intertwine. The workshop feels charged with potential, as though any visitor could pick up a shuttle and contribute to this living tapestry of myth and mastery. For a fleeting moment, you consider weaving your own fragment, a small token of respect, a delicate flourish of your own making. You imagine threading a cameo of yourself between the olives and grapevines, a tiny signature in silk. But you hesitate, recognizing that some moments are best observed rather than altered. This dialogue of threads and visions belongs to Arachne and Athena, and you are honored to bear witness. As the torchlight flickers and the night deepens, you feel the vibrations of the looms settle into a harmonious hum. You close your eyes, letting the patterns float behind your lids. Olive spirals, tangled lyres, interlocking triangles, and the soft glow of mineral-dusted blue. In the hush, you realize that true artistry is not defined by origin mortal or divine, but by the heart and mind united in creation. You open your eyes and step away, allowing space for the next act. The looms remain guardians of woven worlds, each strand a testament to courage, wisdom, and the boundless possibilities that emerge when silk meets inspiration. You place a final hand on the workshop's threshold, heart full of threads and patterns, ready for whatever the night's next chapter will weave. You pause at the threshold between Arachne's vibrant tapestry and Athena's measured design, closing your eyes to let the scents wash over you. A gentle breeze drifts in, carrying an evocative perfume of crushed olive leaves and warm earth. It's the aroma of late spring in Attica, when blossoms perfume the air and bees hum their tribute to the goddess's gift. You inhale deeply, tasting a faint hint of green on your tongue, like biting into a tender shoot straight from the grove at the Acropolis, Athena's olive branch. Motif glimmers in torchlight along the edge of her tapestry, each leaf outlined in silver thread so fine it shimmers with a quiet pulse. Your fingertips hover above one of those leaves, imagining the cool slickness of fresh foliage under your palm. You recall the tale taught in every Athenian schoolhouse. Athena planted the first olive tree as a boon to her city, securing her as its patron and giving the people oil for food, light, and commerce. That ancient gesture, shaped as civilization olive oil, became so prized that vessels bearing its name traveled as far as Gaul and Egypt, fueling lamps in distant temples. A single bead of sweat traces a warm path down your neck as you lean closer, entranced by the rhythm of Athena's weaving. The leaves seem to unfurl and fold in silent waves, mimicking the gentle sway of groves along a Mediterranean hillside. You imagine standing among those trees at dawn, dew clinging to leaves like tiny glass beads, while sunbeams filter through branches to paint emerald patterns on the ground. In that light, the world feels both infinite and reassuringly rooted. Your heart skips as you sense a shift in the loom's vibrations. Arachne steps forward, her own tapestry a whirlwind of divine mischief, but her gaze is drawn here to the subtle power of the olive grove. She reaches out, fingers brushing a tuft of stray thread on Athena's border. You watch her hesitate, then let the shuttle glide over the warp without disturbing a single knot. It's an unspoken acknowledgement. Even in challenge, there is reverence. A gentle tapping sound catches your attention. You turn and see one apprentice sipping from a small flask of oil, anointing her wrists before she weaves. It's a custom whispered among workshop circles. A few drops of fresh-pressed olive oil will soothe the skin and strengthen the hands against friction. In some remote villages, weavers even flavored their midday porridge with crushed olive pits, believing the slight bitterness sharpened their focus. You wrinkle your nose at the thought of pit-flavored porridge, but admire the ingenuity. The air grows still as Athena herself steps forward, drawn by the shared moment of contemplation. Her sandals leave faint tracks in the dust, and her eyes reflect the torchlight like molten bronze. She extends a hand toward the tapestry's olive branch border, not to touch, but to measure its presence. You have the uncanny impression that the leaves might rustle at her approach, as if recognizing their creator's kinship with the earth. Arachne and Athena share a glance that transcends rivalry, an understanding born of mutual respect for the silent power of that olive branch. You feel a warm swell of emotion, as though the scent itself has unlocked something deeper. The realization is not merely the act of making, but of honoring connections. From soil to branch, from thread to story. You step forward, drawn to a small cluster of olives woven in deep green and pale gold. Their plump forms seem almost three-dimensional, as if you could lift them from the silk and taste their rich, fruity oil. You remember that olive trees can live for thousands of years. There's one in Crete estimated at over 3 millennia, still bearing fruit in defiance of time. That tree has witnessed empires rise and fall, just as these tapestries bear witness to a moment that bridges eternity. And now, in the hush, the workshop's sounds recede to a distant murmur, the soft click of shuttles, the faint crackle of embers, the hushed breathing of apprentices. You close your eyes again, letting that murmur fade entirely, so only the olive aroma remains. It's like a lullaby in fragrance, a steady, calming rhythm that roots you to this place and moment. Opening your eyes, you watch Athena raise her hand and pluck a single silver thread from the boundary between pattern and frame. She holds it aloft, and you swear it gleams more brightly than any stitch you've ever seen. She lets the thread fall, where it drapes itself across her palm like a fallen leaf. In her silent gesture, you sense the god's approval of mortal, hands coaxing life's essence into art. Arachne steps closer to Athena's side, her expression unguarded for the first time since the contest began. You realize that the thrill of competition has softened into shared wonder. You catch your reflection in a polished bronze bowl on a nearby bench, cheeks flushed, eyes bright, heart steady. It feels as though the olive branch motif extends beyond the tapestry, reaching out to embrace you as well. You bow your head slightly, in respect both to the goddess and to the mortal weaver beside her. You feel the threads of story and craft intertwine around your own heartbeat, binding you into the tapestry of myth. In the gentle glow of torchlight, you are aware that the contest has become something more, a convergence of pride, humility, tradition, and innovation. A sudden breeze stirs the curtains at the window, and the scent of jasmine flits through the air, mingling with the olive's green clarity. That unexpected note reminds you that every creation is part of a living world. Flowers bloom, winds wander, seasons change, while art preserves a moment against the flow. You brush a hand across your face, carrying a trace of jasmine warmth to the olive's cool depth. Athena steps back, lowering her hand. Her gaze turns toward Arachne, then to you, and in that look you sense a silent invitation to witness the next chapter with open heart. Arachne meets that invitation, lifting her shuttle as though stirring fresh oil into a vat, then sending it forward with renewed vigor. You smile, feeling your own pulse align with the loom's steady rhythm. Together, mortal and divine resume their dance of threads, each shuttle pass like a step in an ancient rite. The olive scent lingers, a silent witness to the harmony unfolding in this humble workshop. And as you settle once more against the stone wall, breathing in the joint fragrance of olive and jasmine, you realize that every breath is a stitch in your own story, a story woven from myth, memory, and the quiet magic of simple, enduring gifts. You settle onto the low bench, your back against the cool stone wall, and watch Arachne's hands move with a deliberate intensity that makes the loom itself seem alive. Each shuttle pass is precise, each knot pulled tight with unerring consistency. But beneath that flawless exterior pulses something more volatile, a flame of pride that flickers in the motion of her shoulders and the quick inhale before every stitch. You can almost feel her heartbeat through the wooden beam, a rapid thrum that syncs with the loom's whispered song dot as she works. You lean in, toes curling against the straw-strewn floor, attuned to the atmosphere. The torchlight slants across her face, highlighting the taut line of her jaw and the flare of her nostrils. Her eyes, mirror dark, gleam with self-assurance, the kind of unshakable confidence you've seen only once before in the eyes of marathon runners as they near the finish line. Here, though, the race is uninterrupted threads and boundless ambition. You inhale the ambient warmth, waxed linen, smoldering olive wood, and a faint ozone tang, like the air just before a summer storm. That tang seems fitting, given that hubris. In Greek tragedy often precedes a fall, much like thunderheads gathering on the horizon. In Arachne's case, the storm brews beneath her skin, a tension woven into every fiber she tugs taut. Your fingertips brush a loose thread on the tapestry, and you feel the slight give as if testing the tension yourself. You recall that in Ovid's Metamorphoses, written around 08 A.D., Arachne's tapestry so perfectly portrayed the gods' foibles that even deities hesitated before striking down her defiance. That ancient narrative echoes here. Mortal skill that challenges divine authority, spun in silk rather than epic verse. Beside you, the apprentices hold their breath. You sense their collective awe and apprehension, as though they've become spectators at an invisible high-wire act. One of them twitches, jostling a bobbin stand. The slightest clatter seems to magnify across the hush. You turn, placing a calming hand on her shoulder. "Breathe," you murmur, and she closes her eyes, nodding. Returning your gaze to Arachne, you notice the tapestry's patterns tightening, the color intensifying. Where earlier hues whispered of subtle defiance, soft greens and muted purples now, she weaves bold crimsons and stark blacks into the scene. In the center, a daring tableau, Zeus reclining on a cloud, wine cup in hand, oblivious to mortal threads that outline his missteps. The contrast between celebratory reds and the stark silhouettes of onlookers gives the image an almost cinematic punch, as if you're glimpsing an ancient satirical play. Your own pulse quickens. You feel implicated in her optimism and risk, as if simply observing her pride draws you into the current. You tuck a strand of hair behind your ear, mindful not to disturb the charged air. It strikes you that hubris, excessive pride, was considered the cardinal sin in classical Athens, more serious even than theft or murder. A city could be ostracized for collective arrogance. Entire families banished for boasting too loudly of their favor with the gods. Here in this workshop, that same arrogance flickers like a candle flame in the dark. You shift on the bench, humming softly to yourself an offbeat lullaby you heard once in a mountain hamlet. Something about weaving stars into tapestries. The melody feels oddly apropos, but you quiet it as Arachne threads a section that depicts Pan, half goat and half man, serenading the reeds. The reeds bend and sway, the fluidity of their lines achieved through a subtle gradation of thread thickness. The effect is so lifelike that you swear the reeds will sway if a breeze strikes, though the only air here is the breath of those gathered. Arachne pauses, fingers resting on the loom. You lean forward, heart fluttering, and catch her exhala. Steadying breath that seems to slow the loom's hum. She surveys her work, head tilted, lips pressed together. Pride glows in the torchlight like embers. In that moment you sense the peril. A single misjudged stroke, a knot pulled too tight, could unbalance the whole composition. The artistry of precision teeters on the edge of hubris. A stray moth flutters near the lamps, its wings brushing the flame's edge before darting away. You remember that in some cultures moths were believed to be wandering souls of ancestors, drawn to light in search of guidance. Here the moth's flight feels like a silent caution, to admire Arachne's genius without allowing her pride to consume her. She resumes weaving, and you note how her breath becomes a part of the rhythm. Inhale as the shuttle rises, exhale as it falls, each cycle matching the loom's muted song. But her inhale grows more rapid, more pronounced. Her back stiffens, and she threads a section depicting Athena herself, loom and spindle in hand, poised in silent judgment. The goddess's figure stands out in gleaming silver thread, almost too perfect against the matte silk. You realize Arachne is not just weaving the narrative, she's actively engaging the goddess in her own medium, daring her to respond in kind. A sudden creak from the rafters draws your attention upward. A network of invisible spider silk glints in the torchlight, so delicate you only notice it when a mote of dust drifts across. You recall an odd curiosity. Certain orb weaver spiders sometimes decorate their webs with silk patterns called staplementa, possibly to make the web visible to larger animals and prevent it from being destroyed. It's an act of self-preservation born of survival instinct. Perhaps Arachne, too, is weaving staplementa of her own patterns intended to protect her from divine reprisal by showcasing her worth. You lean in again, closer to the tapestry, and feel the heat of Arachne's intense focus. Her fingers dance across the warped threads, tying a dazzling array of tiny knots that form a hidden border of tiny mythic scenes. Mortals presenting gifts at altars, flames flickering in dark temples, whispers of prophecies wrapped in vine tendrils. You trace them with your eyes, recognizing each scene as a fragment of well-known legends. Hercules cleaning the Augean stables, Orpheus charming beasts with his lyre, Odysseus and his crew blinded by the Cyclops. The miniatures are so detailed, you have to remind yourself that they're no larger than your thumbnail dot. As you shift your gaze to Arachne's face, you notice a bead of sweat trailing from her temple. It glows like a tiny jewel before sliding down her cheek. You feel a rush of empathy mixed with excitement. You're witnessing the climax of her ambition, the moment when unbridled pride skirts the precipice of catastrophe. In myth, that's when a god's wrath would strike a bolt of lightning that severs both tapestry and life. Your pulse syncs with the loom's final strokes. You can almost hear Achilles' heartbeat as he faced Hector, or the pounding drums of war in the Iliad's final pages. Here, the war is silent, fought in threads and shadows. You lean forward to steady an apprentice's shaking hand, offering a soft word of reassurance. She'll do it. She knows her craft. Arachne ties off the last knot in her miniature border, body trembling with the effort. She lifts her head, eyes wide, chest rising and falling so rapidly you see the fabric of her tunic ripple. The tapestry in front of Her seems to shimmer under the combined tension of silk and pride. Then, slowly, she steps back. The loom's hushed song fades into stillness, the final pass complete. A moment passes a heartbeat. Two before Arachne exhales and releases her. Hold on the shuttle. The tension dissipates like mist under the morning sun. You feel the workshop exhale with her. The apprentices lean back, breaths released, and even the shadows on the walls seem to relax. You rise and approach the tapestry, breathless. The central scene radiates with dynamic contrast, divine folly, and mortal precision etched side by side. Bold crimson softened by silver accents. The goddess's judgment poised above the mortal weaver's triumph. In its entirety, the work stands as both testament and cautionary tale, a masterpiece born of talent and ambition, carried on the fragile thread where mastery meets hubris. Arachne meets your gaze, chest still heaving, eyes alight. Her pride blooms, like a dark flower beautiful, yet potentially perilous. You offer a gentle nod of respect, mindful that today's marvel could become tomorrow's cautionary legend. In this charged silence, you sense that the contest has reached its turning point. If pride becomes arrogance, the next scene will unfold in tragedy rather than triumph. A sudden breeze stirs the curtains at the window, and the scent of jasmine flits through the air, mingling with the olive's green clarity. That unexpected note reminds you that every creation is part of a living world. Flowers bloom, wanes, wander, seasons change, while art preserves a moment against the flow. You brush a hand across your face, carrying a trace of jasmine warmth to the olive's cool depth. Athena steps back, lowering her hand. Her gaze turns toward Arachne, then to you, and in that look you sense a silent invitation to witness the next chapter with open heart. Arachne meets that invitation, lifting her shuttle as though stirring fresh oil into a vat, then sending it forward with renewed vigor. You smile, feeling your own pulse align with the loom's steady rhythm. Together, mortal and divine resume their dance of threads. Each shuttle passed like a step in an ancient rite. The olive scent lingers, a silent witness to the harmony unfolding in this humble workshop. And as you settle once more against the stone wall, breathing in the joint fragrance of olive and jasmine, you realize that every breath is a stitch in your own story, a story woven from myth, memory, and the quiet magic of simple, enduring gifts. You settle onto the low bench, your back against the cool stone wall, and watch Arachne's hands move with a deliberate intensity that makes the loom itself seem alive. Each shuttle pass is precise, each knot pulled tight with unerring consistency. But beneath that flawless exterior pulses something more volatile, a flame of pride that flickers in the motion of her shoulders and the quick inhale before every stitch. You can almost feel her heart beat through the wooden beam, a rapid thrum that syncs with the loom's whispered song. As she works, you lean in, toes curling against the straw-strewn floor, attuned to the atmosphere. The torchlight slants across her face, highlighting the taut line of her jaw and the flare of her nostrils. Her eyes, mirror dark, gleam with self-assurance, the kind of unshakable confidence you've seen only once before in the eyes of marathon runners as they near the finish line. Here, though, the race is uninterrupted threads and boundless ambition. You inhale the ambient warmth, waxed linen, smoldering olive wood, and a faint ozone tang like the air just before a summer storm. That tang seems fitting, given that hubris in Greek tragedy often precedes a fall, much like thunderheads gathering on the horizon. In Arachne's case, the storm brews beneath her skin, a tension woven into every fiber she tugs taut. Your fingertips brush a loose thread on the tapestry, and you feel the slight give as if testing the tension yourself. You recall that in Ovid's Metamorphoses, written around 08 AD, Arachne's tapestry so perfectly portrayed the gods' foibles that even deities hesitated before striking down her defiance. That ancient narrative echoes here, mortal skill that challenges divine authority, spun in silk rather than epic verse. Beside you, the apprentices hold their breath. You sense their collective awe and apprehension, as though they've become spectators at an invisible high-wire act. One of them twitches, jostling a bobbin stand. The slightest clatter seems to magnify across the hush. You turn, placing a calming hand on her shoulder. "Breathe," you murmur, and she closes her eyes, nodding. Returning your gaze to Arachne, you notice the tapestry's patterns tightening, the color intensifying. Where earlier hues whispered of subtle defiance, soft greens and muted purples now, she weaves bold crimsons and stark blacks into the scene. In the center, a daring tableau, Zeus reclining on a cloud, wine cup in hand, oblivious to mortal threads that outline his missteps. The contrast between celebratory reds and the stark silhouettes of onlookers gives the image an almost cinematic punch, as if you're glimpsing an ancient satirical play. Your own pulse quickens. You feel implicated in her optimism and risk, as if simply observing her pride draws you into the current. You tuck a strand of hair behind your ear, mindful not to disturb the charged air. It strikes you that hubris, excessive pride, was considered the cardinal sin in classical Athens, more serious even than theft or murder. A city could be ostracized for collective arrogance. Entire families banished for boasting too loudly of their favor with the gods. Here in this workshop, that same arrogance flickers like a candle flame in the dark. You shift on the bench, humming softly to yourself, an offbeat lullaby you heard once in a mountain hamlet, something about weaving stars into tapestries. The melody feels oddly apropos, but you quiet it as Arachne threads a section that depicts Pan, half goat and half man, serenading the reeds. The reeds bend and sway, the fluidity of their lines achieved through a subtle gradation of thread thickness. The effect is so lifelike that you swear the reeds will sway if a breeze strikes, though the only air here is the breath of those gathered. Arachne pauses, fingers resting on the loom. You lean forward, heart fluttering, and catch her exhale, steadying breath that seems to slow the loom's hum. She surveys her work, head tilted, lips pressed together. Pride glows in the torchlight like embers. In that moment you sense the peril. A single misjudged stroke, a knot pulled too tight, could unbalance the whole composition. The artistry of precision teeters on the edge of hubris. A stray moth flutters near the lamps, its wings brushing the flame's edge before darting away. You remember that in some cultures, moths were believed to be wandering souls of ancestors, drawn to light in search of guidance. Here, the moth's flight feels like a silent caution to admire Arachne's genius without allowing her pride to consume her. She resumes weaving, and you note how her breath becomes a part of the rhythm. Inhale as the shuttle rises, exhale as it falls, each cycle matching the loon's muted song. But her inhale grows more rapid, more pronounced. Her back stiffens and she threads a section depicting Athena herself, loom and spindle in hand, poised in silent judgment. The goddess's figure stands out in gleaming silver thread, almost too perfect against the matte silk. You realize Arachne is not just weaving the narrative. She's actively engaging the goddess in her own medium, daring her to respond in kind. A sudden creak from the rafters draws your attention upward. A network of invisible spider silk glints in the torchlight, so delicate you only notice it when a mote of dust drifts across. You recall an odd curiosity. Certain orb weaver spiders sometimes decorate their webs with silk patterns called stabilimenta, possibly to make the web visible to larger animals and prevent it from being destroyed. It's an act of self-preservation born of survival instinct. Perhaps Arachne, too, is weaving stabilimenta of her own patterns intended to protect her from divine reprisal by showcasing her worth. You lean in again, closer to the tapestry, and feel the heat of Arachne's intense focus. Her fingers dance across the warped threads, tying a dazzling array of tiny knots that form a hidden border of tiny mythic scenes. Mortals presenting gifts at altars, flames flickering in dark temples, whispers of prophecies wrapped in vine tendrils. You trace them with your eyes, recognizing each scene as a fragment of well-known legends. Hercules cleaning the Augean stables, Orpheus charming beasts with his lyre, Odysseus and his crew blinded by the Cyclops. The miniatures are so detailed. You have to remind yourself that they're no larger than your thumbnail dot. As you shift your gaze to Arachne's face, you notice a bead of sweat trailing from her temple. It glows like a tiny jewel before sliding down her cheek. You feel a rush of empathy mixed with excitement. You're witnessing the climax of her ambition, the moment when unbridled pride skirts the precipice of catastrophe. In myth, that's when a god's wrath would strike, a bolt of lightning that severs both tapestry and life. Your pulse sinks with the loom's final strokes. You can almost hear Achilles' heartbeat as he faced Hector, or the pounding drums of war in the Iliad's final pages. Here, the war is silent, fought in threads and shadows. You lean forward to steady an apprentice's shaking hand, offering a soft word of reassurance. She'll do it. She knows her craft. Arachne ties off the last knot in her miniature border, body trembling with the effort. She lifts her head, eyes wide, chest rising and falling, so rapidly you see the fabric of her tunic ripple. The tapestry in front of her seems to shimmer under the combined tension of silk and pride. Then, slowly, she steps back. The loom's hushed song fades into stillness, the final pass complete. A moment passes, a heartbeat. Two before Arachne exhales and releases her. Hold on the shuttle. The tension dissipates like mist under the morning sun. You feel the workshop exhale with her. The apprentices lean back, breaths released, and even the shadows on the walls seem to relax. You rise and approach the tapestry, breathless. The central scene radiates with dynamic contrast, divine folly, and mortal precision etched side by side. Bold crimson softened by silver accents. The goddess's judgment poised above the mortal weaver's triumph. In its entirety, the work stands as both testament and cautionary tale. a masterpiece born of talent and ambition, carried on the fragile thread where mastery meets hubris. Arachne meets your gaze, chest still heaving, eyes alight. Her pride blooms like a dark flower, beautiful, yet potentially perilous. You offer a gentle nod of respect, mindful that today's marvel could become tomorrow's cautionary legend. In this charged silence, you sense that the contest has reached its turning point. If pride becomes arrogance, the next scene will unfold in tragedy rather than triumph. But for now, the tapestry hangs perfect and whole. You place a hand on the loom's beam, feeling the residual pulse of her heartbeat beneath the wood grain. Around you, the apprentices stir to life, whispers rising in wonder, and you realize that pride, when tempered by awareness, can elevate art to the realm of legend, but left unchecked, it can unravel even the most exquisite weave. You shift your weight on the bench and direct your gaze toward Athena's loom, where the goddess stands like a serene conductor before an orchestra of threads. Her movements are deliberate, each shuttle pass guided by centuries of divine practice. You watch the subtle rise and fall of her shoulders as she breathes, a rhythm so controlled it feels more like meditation than manual labor. The torchlight glints off her bronze breastplate, casting dancing patterns across the fine silk stretched taut before her. Her fingers, long and tapered, press the thread with an almost surgical precision. You recall that the Parthenon's sculptors worked under her patronage between 447 and 432 BC, carving marble with unmatched care to honor her, and here she applies that same dedication to cloth. In this isolated workshop, you recognize that each motion of her hand carries the legacy of every artist who has revered her wisdom and craft. The tapestry on her loom has evolved since you first beheld it. The olive branch motif now spills into a serene vista of rolling hills and distant temples. Owls alight on column capitals, their feathers rendered with minute cross stitches that capture the soft gradations of moonlit plumage. You lean forward, toes gripping the straw-littered floor, as Athena selects a spool of pale golden thread. When she releases the shuttle, it glides through the warp like a swan skimming water, leaving behind a glimmering wave that catches your breath. You notice how she pauses at each pattern shift, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. It reminds you of ancient Athenian council meetings, where laws were debated for hours until every nuance was settled. The idea of reasoned deliberation permeates her weaving. No hurried flourishes, no stray knots, only a seamless dialogue between intention and execution. Even the background ground cloth alternates thread thickness subtly, creating a soft gradient that suggests dawn breaking over marble. Pediments. As you watch, Athena threads a scene of artisans at work, potters shaping clay on wheels, metal workers hammering bronze, and playwrights reciting verses beneath open skies. The figures move in gentle arcs, their gestures conveying the dignity of honest labor. You feel a warmth in your chest as her tapestry acknowledges mortal ingenuity, suggesting that the gods themselves draw inspiration from human craft. Your attention drifts to a small cluster of decorative tassels hanging from the loom's crossbeam, each knot tied in an elaborate Turk's head braid. You recall the peculiar art of basket weaving practiced by Cretan fishermen, who used identical braids to secure fishing lines. That technique survived for millennia, finding its way into decorative knotwork across the Mediterranean. Here, woven, silk and fisherman's know-how converge in an exquisite flourish that bridges practical purpose and aesthetic grace. Behind you, the orb weaver spider makes a quiet appearance, skittering along the loom's leg. You remember that spider blood, or hemolymph, contains copper rather than iron, giving it a bluish hue under certain lights. It's a curious quirk of arachnid biology, proof that nature itself revels in exceptions. The spider pauses at the base of Athena's frame as though paying homage to the divine presence, then retreats into a hidden crevice. Athena's shuttle slows as she begins the final panel, a depiction of the goddess herself, seated under a sacred olive tree, surrounded by wreaths and scrolls. The scene encapsulates the marriage of knowledge and peace, of reason woven into daily life. You sense the threads hum as if alive, glowing faintly in the flickering lamp glow. Even the small stitches of the goddess's cloak seem to hold latent power, reminding you that Athena's gifts extend beyond battle into every form of civic virtue. You step closer, drawn by the quiet hum of her loom. Each shuttle produces a soft tone, a muted percussion that resonates through the workshop like a heartbeat. You realize that weaving can be both visual and auditory, a multi-sensory art form that engages the mind and spirit. It's a sobering contrast to earlier, when you felt the thrill of raw invention. Here the thrill is tempered by a calm, measured mastery. Athena's head inclines, and you notice her eyes are fixed on a single knot so precise that it looks more like the eye of a needle than a hand-tied stitch. You decide that, if you were to learn one lesson from her art, it would be that mastery lies in the attention to the smallest details. Great epics hinge on single words. So too does grand artistry hinge on single stitches. Your own hands itch to help, but you remind yourself that this is her domain. Instead, you draw in a breath and let the moment fill you. Watching the goddess weave is like observing a philosopher, at work, every action informed by principles that guide both thought and technique. Her tapestry, once a static image of symbols, now moves with the flow of her breath, a living testament to the power of disciplined creativity. Behind the loom, an apprentice positions a polished bronze mirror to reflect the tapestry's backside. You marvel at the design. The reverse reveals the concealed structure, the hidden pattern of anchors and floats that hold the whole together. It's an eccentric convention among weavers to inspect the back, believing that the mark of a true master is an equally tidy reverse side. This duality, public beauty and private order, mirrors the interplay of outward humility and inner excellence. Athena completes the final pass and presses her palm to the frame, sealing the last thread. The loom's hum settles into silence, like the final note of a celestial hymn. She steps back gracefully, her robes whispering against the floor, and surveys the tapestry with a queen's detached satisfaction. In that instant, you feel you've witnessed not a contest, but a sacred ritual, the quiet affirmation that true skill honors both the craft and the community it serves. You bend your knees in a silent bow of respect, mindful that in Greek tradition, the lowest form of hubris is to undervalue others' excellence. Athena nods in acknowledgement, her gaze sweeping the workshop and settling on you for a heartbeat. You feel both humbled and inspired, ready to carry her lesson forward. As she moves away from the loom, you sense the workshop breathe around her tools, settling, shadows softening, the orb weaver spider retreating to its web. The air feels infused with purpose, as if every fiber here has absorbed her touch. You stand, heart steady, aware that you've glimpsed the measured strokes of a goddess, an art that blends unwavering intention with serene respect, weaving wisdom into every strand of silk. You settle back into the familiar rhythm of the workshops. Hush, your eyes drawn to Arachne's hands as they dart across her loom in a blaze of kinetic energy. The tapestry before her has shifted from disciplined patterns to audacious flourishes. Bright swaths of crimson erupt like fireworks. Arcs of violet spiral into dizzying loops, and silken ribbons of gold thread cut across the design with reckless abandon. You feel your pulse quicken, as if you're watching a fireworks display in a cathedral, equal parts thrilling and blasphemous. Arachne leans forward, her elbows brushing the fabric frame, and presses the shuttle into the warp with the force of a conductor bringing down the baton. The shuttle's click echoes through the rafters, louder than before, as though each strike carries the echo of thunder from Olympus itself. You imagine Zeus overhead, arms folded, brow furrowed, muttering, "She's definitely spoiling the decor up there." You stifle a laugh. Hubris in myth often invites divine slapdowns, but tonight Arachne seems determined to punch above her mortal weight class. You lean closer to inspect one of her bold strokes, a serpentine line of deep purple twisting through a golden background, representing the cunning of Odysseus weaving his way past Polyphemus's cave. The contrast is shocking, the colors clashing, like rival chariots on a racetrack. Yet the effect holds together, an extraordinary testament to Arachne's confidence. It's like watching a freestyle dancer improvise atop a perfectly choreographed ballet. Chaotic, unexpected, but mesmerizingly beautiful. Behind you, an apprentice snaps a bobbin into place, sending a minor echo that draws your attention to a small pot of powdered cinnabar on a nearby shelf. The bright vermilion pigment was prized in Pompeii's frescoes, and you recall that Roman artisans risked mercury exposure when processing cinnabar into vermilion. It's a peculiar trade-off to achieve the most vibrant red. You flirt with toxicity. Arachne's own daring palate feels similarly hazardous, a gamble that might dazzle or destroy. You inhale the workshop air, tasting a hint of metal from the copper-dyed threads interwoven with scarlet. It reminds you of that one time you accidentally scrubbed a penny too vigorously and wound up with greenish fingertips that stayed for days, an accidental reminder that copper oxidizes into verdigris. It's an oddly fitting analogy. Brilliance often comes at the cost of some unsightly side effect. A sudden flicker of movement draws your gaze to the rafters, where a spider descends on a single silk strand. You watch as it drops to the floor, then scuttles toward Arachne's loom, eyes reflecting torchlight like tiny lanterns. You're struck by how the spider's own flourishes, its web mirror the weaver's bold strokes, irregular, improvisational, yet remarkably effective at trapping its intended prey. Perhaps both spider and weaver share a secret. Craftsmanship thrives on a balance of chaos and precision. Arachne's shuttle pauses mid-flight, and she tilts her head as if listening to a distant melody only she can hear. You lean in, trying to catch the faintest hum of her creative mind, but all you hear is the steady click-click of shuttle against warp. You imagine her internal soundtrack, a hard rock guitar riff playing in perfect sync with her wrist flicks. It's the kind of auditory hallucination that would make a symposium of poets raise an eyebrow in approval or scorn. She threads a wide band of electric blue next, each pass of the shuttle forming loops that rise and fall like ocean waves. You recall that ancient Greek sailors sacrificed olives to Poseidon before voyages, believing the oil would calm the seas. Here Arachne offers her own tribute oil of silk and color, coaxing the threads to mimic the sea's capricious grace. You wonder if Poseidon's trident somewhere feels overshadowed by a weaver's needle. Arachne's expression is one of pure absorption, her tongue flicking out at the corner of her mouth, an involuntary gesture you recognize from your own hyper-focused. Moments like when you try to solve a particularly tricky crossword and nearly swallow the pencil. You suppress a smile, glad she hasn't caught you yawning yet. The apprentices watch in silent reverence, their eyes wide as though witnessing a sculptor coax masterpieces from marble with a single blow. Your own palms itch to help, but you remember Athena's lesson. Sometimes the best contribution is the space you give others to shine. Instead, you sponge a bead of sweat from Arachne's brow and dab it discreetly onto a scrap of linen. She doesn't pause, but you catch the warmth of her gratitude in the brief flutter of her eyelashes. The tapestry's next motif emerges, an erupting volcano of silver and black threads swirling in hypnotic circles. It captures Mount Etna's rage at the foot of Sicily, a notorious volcano that ancient authors claimed was the forges of Hephaestus. According to Sicilian lore, Hephaestus' workshops glowed within Etna's caverns, fueled by the mountain's fiery breath. You imagine tiny forges lit by lava currents as dwarven fire sprites hammering golden helmets. The image makes you grin at the playful absurdity. Arachne threads a final, flamboyant flourish, a screeching griffon with wings stretched wide, its claws poised above a bed of olive leaves. The griffin design pops in stark contrast, reminding you of medieval tapestries where griffins guarded royal crests. Here, the creature seems poised to leap off the silk and guard the mortal weaver's pride against the glare of a jealous pantheon dot. You step back to take in the whole, heart pounding. The tapestry blazes with raw energy, every curve, color, and contrast shouting Arachne's defiance of convention. It's a portrait of mortal ambition at its most fearless, a vivid counterpoint to Athena's calm restraint. You feel the air crackle, as if the workshop itself is electrified by her boldness. A flicker in the torchlight reveals Athena's loom across the room, where the goddess weaves in swift, measured strokes. You sense the counterbalance, divine control absorbing the workshop's tension like a sponge, soothing its edges. It's the perfect foil to Arachne's bravado. Even the goddess' presence feels tempered by centuries of measured craft. Look back at Arachne. Her final stitch sets the tapestry into stillness. She exhales in relief, her chest rising with a subtle sigh that echoes through the room. A hush settles, heavier than before, as if the walls are absorbing the aftershocks of her creative storm. The apprentices lean forward, eyes shining, as though expecting sparks to fly from the fabric's surface. You step forward, placing a gentle hand on the loom's beam. The oak grain beneath your palm hums with residual energy, as if acknowledging the audacity woven into its frame. Arachne meets your gaze, her breath steadying, and you sense both triumph and vulnerability in her eyes. It's a reminder that boldness always carries risk, that every daring stroke flirts with both immortality and oblivion. A sudden breeze drifts through the open window, scattering stray threads like confetti. You inhale the mingled scents of beeswax, olive oil, and heated metal, a triumphant accord that fills your chest. In that moment, you understand the power of Arachne's bold flourishes. They shatter boundaries, awaken wonder, and remind mortals and gods alike that creativity thrives on the edge of fear. You step back, giving space for the next act. The workshop remains charged, a living gallery of mortal genius and divine discipline. And as you settle against the stone wall once more, heart still racing, you realize that in this contest of threads, Arachne has left an indelible fingerprint, a tapestry of defiance that will echo through legend long after the torches dim. You step into the center of the workshop, caught between two masterpieces that glow in the silver light of the full moon. Your breath comes softly as you take in the grandeur. On one side, Arachne's audacious tapestry crackles with wild energy volcanic swirls, griffins poised to leap, and scenes of gods caught in unguarded moments. On the other, Athena's measured weaving radiates serene order, the olive groves, the symmetrical columns, the owls perched in silent vigil. It's as if you've entered a living museum where fire and tranquility face off in woven form. The moon reaches its zenith, pouring through the open window and spotlighting the loom's carved details. Dust motes drift in the beam like tiny stars, each one catching light before falling silently to the floor. You can almost hear the hush of onlookers, the collective inhale of mortals and gods alike. As the two tapestries stand revealed in all their glory, you move first toward Arachne's work. The colors gleam with newfound depth under lunar glow. The crimson blossoms pulse like embers. The electric blue loops shimmer like hidden lagoons, and the silver threads glint like lightning forks in a storm-dark sky. You lean down, finger hovering above the silk, feeling the static tension that hums beneath the surface. It's the kind of vibrancy that ancient Etruscan painters tried to capture in their frescoes, using vivid mineral pigments mixed with egged tempera. Arachne's own palette rivals theirs, only her brush is a shuttle. Her canvas a tapestry nearly 6 feet wide dot. As you step back, your gaze drifts upward to Athena's tapestry. The olive branches extend across the frame in perfect arcs, each leaf defined by subtle gradations of green. You recall that the Parthenon was constructed between 447 and 432 BC to honor Athena's patronage of Athens, its marble columns echoing her values of balance and harmony. Here, her weaving follows the same architectural principles. Every motif aligns with mathematical precision, as if the golden ratio itself guided each shuttle pass. The owls, stitched in threads so fine they might vanish at first glance, seem to watch you with a quiet approval. You close your eyes and let the moment wash over you. The mingled scents of polished oak, beeswax, and olive wood, the rhythmic hum of the looms settling like distant waves, and the moonlight's gentle caress on your skin. A soft breeze stirs the banners hanging at the workshop's entrance silken strips. dyed in every hue of Arachne's spectrum, sending them dancing. Like playful spirits, you smile at the contrast. Arachne's exuberant colors blowing against Athena's stately calm. Walking slowly, you circle Arachne's tapestry, noting the skillful crossroads of bold flame motifs and delicate filigree. In one corner, a hidden border reveals minuscule scenes of mortals offering gifts at altars, an allusion to the Panathenaic festival where Athenian citizens wove a peplus for Athena's statue. The image seems to wink at you, a Medic commentary on weaving tribute in both thread and narrative. You imagine those festival processions winding through marble streets, torches lighting the night as the citizens carried their woven offering, a living echo of the contest playing out here. Your foot nudges a spindle, and you nearly lose your balance. Arachne's work almost vibrates under your palm, as though eager to share its secrets. You shoulder back and step toward the goddess's loom. Athena's tapestry tells a calmer tale, a dawn-lit sanctuary where philosophers debate under olive boughs, potters shape clay before marble pediments, and playwrights recite odes that carry on the breeze. The background threads shift in hue so gradually you suspect she might have used up to 6 different shades of the same color to achieve such a seamless gradient. It reminds you of fresco techniques in Pompeii, where artists blended pigments, wet into wet to avoid harsh lines, a technique lost until rediscovered. Centuries later, your gaze follows a line of golden thread that wanes through Athena's scene like a silent river. It catches moonlight and seems to pulse, guiding your eyes from one tableau to the next, from the workshop of a bronze smith to a quiet olive grove where an owl takes flight. You realize that every thread embodies her divine wisdom, the guiding principle that creation flourishes when tempered by reason and respect. A sudden sound draws your attention. Overhead, the orb weaver you've seen all night descends on a single silk strand, dangling above the looms as though to inspect the contest. You watch it sway gently, legs extended, before it scuttles toward Athena's frame. The spider pauses at the tapestry's edge, then retreats upward, as if acknowledging both mortal artistry and divine mastery. You can't help but admire its instinct. Some spiders practice ballooning, releasing strands of silk into the air to catch the wind and disperse across miles. It's an unconventional form of exploration, an eccentric curiosity that mirrors Arachne's own fearless blending of styles. You take a step back and let the sight settle. Mortal audacity facing divine composure under the same moonlit sky. In the hush, you almost hear a whisper. Here lies the heart of creation. It's not a voice, but the resonance of skill tested against humility, of pride tempered by wisdom. The 2 tapestries, though distinct, share a common thread, the belief that art binds worlds together, human to divine, past to present, myth to reality. Your stomach rumbles softly, reminding you of the passing hours. You consider reaching for a fig or a cluster of olives from a carved bowl on a side table, but the moment feels too sacred for eating. Instead, you close your eyes for a heartbeat more, letting the textures and scents imprint on your memory, the taut silk under your fingertips, the cool marble beneath your boots, the soft rustle of shuttle against thread. Opening your eyes, you exhale and step aside, giving room for Arachne and Athena to stand before their creations. They face one another, the mortal weaver's chest. Heaving with excitement, the goddess's posture serene, yet proud. For a moment, you see something more than competition in their exchange, a spark of kinship, recognition that craft knows no divine boundary. You step back to the workshops. Entrance brushing a speck of dust from your tunic. The moonlight follows you to the door, guiding you outward without a word. Behind you, the tapestries remain, two halves of a whole, one blazing with fearless innovation, the other glowing with calm authority. As you cross the threshold you carry. With you the hum of threads and the echo of two shuttles clicking in harmony. The workshop door closes softly, but the images linger. The griffin poised above olive leaves, the philosopher under moonlit boughs, the spider weaving its own testament to craft. You find yourself humming a quiet lullaby about looms and legends, a melody born from the night's silent dialogue. In the cool night air, you look back once. The window glows softly, a beacon of mortal ambition met with divine grace. You smile, knowing you've witnessed something rare, a contest that transcended rivalry to become a celebration of artistry itself. Then you turn away, footsteps soft on the path, carrying the memory of woven worlds into your own unfolding story. You remain poised between the looms, heart thrumming from the moonlit revelation, when a ripple of sound breaks the silence, gasps, and murmurs gathering like storm clouds among the apprentices. You turn your head, catching sight of their faces lit by torchlight, mouths parting, whispers rising. Footsteps shuffle across the floor in a soft cascade, a tide of curiosity sweeping toward the two tapestries. Arachne steps forward to meet the reaction, standing tall beneath the moon's glow. Her chest heaves with excitement, shoulders squared in a triumphant arc. You notice her eyes, bright embers of defiance, scan the crowd, daring anyone to question the audacity of her work. The apprentices gather in a loose semicircle, their breath arrested by the spectacle of mortal skill woven. So close to divine perfection, Athena remains statuesque before her loom, the flicker of torch flames dancing across her features. She tilts her head, acknowledging the crowd's awe with a serene nod. You sense that her composure is a deliberate act of encouragement, an invitation for mortals to see creativity, not as a solitary flame, but as a shared beacon lighting every corner of this humble workshop. The first murmur rises. How can she weave so boldly? Someone whispers, and it swells into countless echoes. Arachne offers a wry smile, the corners of her mouth lifting in playful triumph. She raises a hand, palm outward, and the room falls to hush. You watch as the apprentices lean in, drawn to her every gesture. In every thread, Arachne begins, voice ringing clear. I've dared to weave my story. Let each of you do the same. Her gaze sweeps the looms, lingering on Athena's serene tapestry, before settling back on her own. You feel the power of her words, the promise that the flame of creativity burns brightest when, unfettered by fear, an undercurrent of excitement hums through the room, punctuated by soft exclamations. You catch a glimpse of one apprentice, eyes wide, clenching a shuttle as if ready to leap into action. Another runs a finger along the edge of Athena's olive border, marveling at the craftsmanship. In this single moment, the line between mortal and divine smiles all but vanishes. Athena steps from her loom and moves to stand beside Arachne. bridging the space between two realms of artistry. The torchlight casts them both in relief, equal halves of a single ideal, that talent and wisdom thrive when bound by mutual respect. You feel a swell of warmth witnessing this unity, as if the very air has grown richer, infused with possibility. Arachne extends her hand toward Athena's loom. "See how her calm guides each line," she says softly, acknowledging the goddess's steady hand. Athena inclines her head and allows Arachne's fingers to brush a single olive leaf stitched in silver. The leaf shimmers, flickering between the two of them like a shared heartbeat. A hush falls again, heavier this time, pregnant with promise. You realize the apprentices are absorbing more than technique. They're taking part in a silent covenant to honor both the spark of bold invention and the grace of disciplined mastery. It's a lesson written not in scrolls, but in silk etched. By shuttle and breath, someone in the back clears their throat, voice trembling. Is this our destiny, too?" they ask, eyes glistening. Arachne steps closer, placing a reassuring hand on the apprentice's shoulder. "Yes," she replies, voice warm. "Anyone who picks up a thread chooses to shape the world." Across the room, Athena signals with a gentle nod, affirming that wisdom and skill are gifts to be shared, not hoarded. A murmur of agreement swells, smiles spreading among the group like the first light of dawn. You feel a soft joy rising in your chest, matching the crackling life in the tapestries before you. In this workshop, under the watchful eyes of both mortal and divine, creation has become a shared song. Each shuttle pass a note in a grand harmony. The apprentices step forward, each in turn placing a hand on one of the looms. You see their faces shine in torchlight, eyes alight with newfound resolve. Arachne and Athena stand behind them, guiding spirits in an unspoken ritual. You feel honored to witness a moment where competition blossoms into community, where pride tempers itself with collaboration. You close your eyes for a heartbeat, breathing in the scents of beeswax and olive wood, recalling every shimmer of silk and flash of silver. When you open them again, the apprentices have taken up shuttles, weaving small motifs under their teacher's watchful gaze. The workshop hums with soft clicks, a gentle echo of the contest's climax, now transformed into shared creation. Stepping back, you let your gaze drift between the two tapestries, one blazing with audacity, the other flowing with calm wisdom. You sense that their true purpose has been fulfilled, to illuminate the dual path of artistry, where bold spirit and measured insight walk hand in hand. A soft murmur ripples through the apprentices as Athena inclines her head. The single movement radiates like a peal of temple bells, neither a harsh condemnation nor an effusive praise, but a quiet acknowledgment of worth. Arachne exhales, shoulders dropping a fraction, relief rippling through her frame. Yet the moment retains its gravity. Athena's approval has been granted, but it demands a price, humility refined by respect. You catch Arachne's eye. In that instant, she bows her head, acknowledging the goddess's wisdom. It's a gesture of surrender, not in defeat, but in recognition that true mastery lies in submission to greater truths. The apprentices echo her movement, heads dipping in a chorus of reverence that fills the workshop with soft rustles of tunics and the faintest sighs of release. Athena turns then to her own tapestry, her gaze as steady and discerning as ever. She retreats to stand before its serene olive groves and geometric patterns, running a hand along the threads as though reading hidden inscriptions. You watch the gradations of her expression-soft admiration, mingling with critical appraisal, and you realize that even deities demand their own works meet the highest standard of integrity. Silence settles, deep and complete, as the goddess contemplates her own reflections in silk. For a heartbeat, the only sound is the distant drip of water from a leaky rafter, a single drop echoing like a gavel in a silent courtroom. You feel the gravity of that drop, marking the moment when judgment flows from divine to mortal, to divine in an unending circle. Finally, Athena turns back toward Arachne. Her posture straightens, and she lifts her hand once more, this time placing it lightly on the loom's frame between the two tapestries. The contact hums with authority, a sealing touch that binds both creations in mutual respect. You sense the apprentices lean in, drawn to the warmth radiating from that point. You have honored the craft and the creator, Athena declares, her voice clear as fresh spring water. Your tapestry stands as testament to mortal daring mingled with reverence for the divine. Her gaze settles on you, and you feel both pride and humility wash through your chest. In her words is the acknowledgement that you, too, have borne witness and carried the contest's lessons in your heart. Arachne meets Athena's eyes and nods, her expression a blend of exhilaration and gratitude. She steps forward, placing her hand beside the goddesses on the loom. The two women stand united, their hands resting on the polished oak as though presenting a single, unified declaration. Skill and wisdom entwined are the highest form of artistry. A soft ripple of applause escapes the apprentices, growing into a gentle wave that washes across the workshop. You step back to let them celebrate, watching as they exchange awed glances and whisper words of congratulations. The atmosphere lightens, the weight of anticipation releasing into joyous camaraderie. In the center of the room, Athena finally lifts her spear and gestures toward the two tapestries. "Let these works remain," she pronounces, "not as symbols of contest, but as beacons of collaboration, reminders that every thread, woven in respect, strengthens the fabric of all creation." Her words echo through the rafters, and you feel a deep peace settle into your bones. The torches flicker in affirmation, their flames dancing in the gentle draught as if applauding in silent celebration. You turn to Arachne, her eyes shining and her cheeks flushed with triumph. You share a smile that needs no words, a shared understanding that the contest has drawn to its close, leaving behind a bond stronger than any single tapestry. Around you, the workshop hums with life as apprentices return to their stations, inspired to weave their own stories into cloth. Stepping back, you trace the carved initials and figures along the loom's beam marks left by generations of weavers inspired by this moment. You press a fingertip against the wood, feeling the memory of every shuttle click and every whispered vow dot. As you prepare to leave the workshop, you take one last look at the two tapestries, standing side by side in the lamplight. Arachne's fearless tapestry, alive with bold flourishes, and Athena's serene composition, rich with measured grace. Together they shine as twin lanterns in the dusk, guiding all who enter toward the true essence of craft, the intertwining of heart and mind, of mortal ambition and divine wisdom. You watch as Arachne's chest rises and falls in the hush that follows Athena's proclamation, each breath a testament to weeks, no, years of relentless practice and unyielding ambition. The apprentices ebb back into shadow, leaving you alone with the two looms and the women who stand between triumph and transformation. Your pulse stills, and for a moment you share the fragile space that holds a mortal's fate in the balance. Arachne's fingers drift to the side of her tapestry, tracing the border where her most daring scenes meet Athena's measured motifs. You noticed a tremor in her hand, a living echo of every uncertain step she took on the path to this contest. It's a vulnerability that few have seen, and you feel honored simply to bear witness. Her eyes, bright with excitement moments ago, now flicker with something deeper, the very human mixture of pride, fear, and relief. You lean in, fingertips brushing the loom's warm beam, and smell the lingering essence of olive oil and beeswax, distilled in every carved groove. In this charged quiet, the stale tang of ancient ambition seems to dissolve, replaced by the faintest scent of jasmine drifting in from the open window. It's as though the workshop itself exhales, exhaling. Centuries of hubris to make room for something like grace. Athena remains at the center, torchlight, haloing her calm form. The spear at her side feels more symbolic than martial now, an emblem of guidance rather than threat. She turns slightly, gaze shifting from her own tapestry to Arachne's. There's no condescension there, only the steady kindness of someone who's seen potential fulfilled and knows that the road doesn't end here. Arachne swallows, shoulders straightening. You remember that in classical Athens, successful artisans could rise to prominence alongside politicians and philosophers, their names etched on public monuments. A master potter's works might be displayed in the Agora, and a weaver's fame could travel across the Mediterranean. This contest, you realize, carries far more than personal pride. Its outcome could ripple through the world, elevating Arachne's workshop into legend or consigning her talent to whispered footnotes. Your heart squeezes at the weight of that choice, and you shift your stance on the straw-strewn floor to anchor yourself. You think back to hearing about the ancient city of Corinth, where textile guilds held political power and civic honors, proof that mastery of craft could shape a community's destiny. Arachne sits on the cusp of that legacy now, her tapestry, a ticket to both immortality and infamy. She lifts her head, meeting Athena's gaze. The goddess inclines her chin, a silent cue that the verdict has passed from divine lips into mortal hands. Arachne exhales, tiny tremors rippling through her frame, and steps forward to address the gathered circle of apprentices' eyes still on you, as if seeking your unspoken encouragement. Tonight, she begins, voice steady but soft. We've woven more than silk. We've woven belief in skill, in curiosity, and in the courage to stand before the unknown. Each word resonates in the hush, a thread drawing the room tight. You feel the truth of it deepen in your chest, a warm pulse that says craft is more than practice. It's an act of faith. Athena nods, expression resolute. We honor that faith. She adds, voice carrying like wind through temple columns. And we honor the mortal hands that dared to wield it. Her words settle on Arachne's shoulders, a divine mantle woven from respect and recognition. You catch a glint of moisture in Arachne's lashes, not tears of defeat, but of something unguarded jubilation at being seen. A sudden breeze flickers through the open window, carrying the faint hum of cicadas from the olive groves beyond. You catch the flash of a single firefly dancing at the threshold, its tiny lantern glowing in the twilight. It hovers for a heartbeat before darting into the workshop, weaving its own erratic motif in the air. You watch it settle on Athena's spira, small marvel that draws a smile from both weavers. It's an eccentric reminder that even insects seek shelter in the wake of greatness. The apprentices lean forward, eyes bright as they absorb every syllable. You sense their resolve harden, no longer mere students, they're heirs to a tradition, reborn in this shared moment. Arachne steps back, letting the circle of young faces reflect her own exhilaration. You spot one apprentice clutching a scrap of silk, throat moving as though practicing the words you speak tonight. Another traces the outline of a griffin with silent fascination, as if memorizing its power. Athena raises her hand, and the hum of anticipation stills at once. "Let these looms stand as guides," she declares. "May every shuttle pass echo the unity we forged mortal, daring tempered by divine wisdom." She gestures to the tapestries, now silent yet alive with meaning. You feel a shiver of awe sweep through you, as though witnessing the birth of a new constellation in the night sky. Arachne moves to the edge of her tapestry and lifts a small spindle she's kept tucked in her belt. It's a simple tool, worn smooth by years of use, yet it gleams like polished bronze. She holds it aloft, offering it to the circle. "Take this," she says, voice bright, "and let it remind you that every tool carries a story. Ours begins tonight." One by one, the apprentices step forward, touching the spindle reverently before returning to their seats. You sense the gravity of each touch, a pledge between hands and heart's dot as the final apprentice bows. Arachne lowers the spindle and regards you with a gentle nod. Your shoulders loosen, the tension of the moment dissolving in a shared smile. It's a small exchange, yet it feels like a bridge between spectator and participant, proof that every witness carries seed of inspiration. Athena turns then to the open window, gaze drifting beyond the workshop walls toward the sleeping village. Her spear catches the moonlight, casting slender shadows across the floor. "History remembers deeds," she says softly, "but it lives in the hearts of those who share them." Her words linger, trailing through the rafters like silken threads. Arachne steps to Athena's side, their figures mirrored in the silent stillness. You notice how their shadows entwine on the floor, two silhouettes, locked in mutual respect. It's a living tapestry, mortal and divine united in craft and compassion. You feel your own spirit lift, warmed by the quiet magic of the moment. The apprentices rise, gathering shuttles and bobbins with newfound determination. Their whispers form a soft chorus, blending excitement with reverence. You take a step back, letting them shine in the glow of their first inspired steps. The looms stand sentinel, their tapestries radiant testaments to what's possible when skill meets humility. You lean against the cool stone wall, heart full of the rhythm you've heard all night. Click, click, the steady heartbeat of the looms. In the distance, a village dog barks once, as though offering its own approval. You smile, warmed by the sound, and realize you carry with you more than memories. You carry a promise spun from silk and spirit got as you prepare to leave. You glance at the two tapestries one last time. Arachne's bold defiance woven into every swirl, Athena's measured grace etched into every leaf. Together, they stand as a living parable of creation, that every mortal gift achieves its truest form when offered with respect, and every divine spark finds its fullest flame when shared. With humanity, you step toward the door, the soft click of your sandals on the floor, like the final shuttle pass of a master weaver. Behind you, the workshop remains alive with quiet purpose. You breathe in the mingled scents of olive wood and beeswax, storing them in your memory like precious pigment. One final glance, the firefly rests on the windowsill, its lantern now dim, a tiny reminder that even the smallest light can guide the darkest path. You smile to yourself, stepping into the night, carrying the loom's hum in your heartbeat and the promise of Section 20, waiting to weave itself into your dreams. You straighten your shoulders and step back into the center aisle, the twin looms towering on either side like sentinels of momentous purpose. The apprentices have fallen silent, their shuttles still in hand, as they sense the significance of what's unfolding. You reach into your satchel and draw forth a narrow ribbon of silk dyed in a deep, almost crimson violet that shimmers between pride and penance. In this moment, you realize your own role has shifted. No longer mere witness, you become participant, weaving a final motif that will bind this contest into a shared testament. Kneeling before Arachne's loom, you lay the ribbon across two adjacent warp threads. The silk feels cool and supple between your fingertips, as responsive as sinew, yet it carries an undercurrent of tension. You recall that in classical Athens, purple dyes came from crushed murex snails and cost more than their weight in silver, reserved for royalty and magistrates. By choosing this hue, you acknowledge mortal boldness, an echo of Arachne's daring, while also honoring restraint, since each yard of that dye was measured and rationed. You press the shuttle into the dew, azure and gold pattern already woven, sending the violet thread through the gap. The ribbon arcs forward with a firm click, its color forming a slender bridge between Arachne's fiery griffin scene and Athena's geometric olive border. The effect is subtle yet unmistakable, pride meeting humility at the loom's heart. You let your breath settle into a calm rhythm 3 counts in, 3 counts out, aware that every motion you make now will be part of a lasting dialogue. The apprentices watch as you complete the first pass, eyes wide with curiosity. You sense their collective heartbeat, eager to learn not only technique, but the meaning woven into each stitch. You draw the shuttle back and guide it again, this time laying the violet thread alongside Athena's serene drapery, threading it between the folds of olive leaves as if weaving a ribbon of homage. The juxtaposition of bold and subdued colors feels like a conversation, your mortal ambition conversing with divine wisdom, each acknowledging the other's validity. As you continue, you remember that embroiderers in ancient Persia sometimes used a single strand of gold thread to stitch borders on royal robes, a technique called gozari that symbolized the finest unity of human skill and divine favor. You let that memory guide your fingers, ensuring the violet thread nestles at intersections, where Arachne's bold designs meet Athena's calm patterns. In each choice of color, you balance the risk of standing out with the grace of fitting in. Your movements grow more confident with every pass. The shuttle's click clicks like soft applause, each motion deliberate and unhurried. You lace the violet ribbon across both tapestries, forming a delicate, undulating line that threads through griffin claws and olive fronds alike. At each point where the violet crosses a silver thread, you pause and gently twist the shuttle, creating tiny knots that sparkle under torchlight like drops of dew on grapevines at dawn. Behind you, Athena watches with serene approval. Her bronze armor glints softly as she inclines her head, acknowledging the harmony of your effort. You feel her presence as a warm current at your back, steadying you. Off to the side, Arachne's eyes shine with gratitude and pride. You sense her marveling at how a mortal hand can weave defiance and humility into a single motif without overshadowing either dot. In weaving this ribbon, you realize that pride and respect are not opposites but complementary strengths. Pride drives you to push boundaries, to dare the impossible. Respect guides you to honor those who came before, those who taught you, and those who inspired you. Together they form the warp and weft of true mastery. You complete the final pass of the violet strand and step back to behold its full arc. The ribbon curves gracefully across both tapestries, as if dancing between two worlds. In Arachne's scene, it wraps around the griffin's talons, softening its fierce posture. In Athena's work, it winds through the olive branches, adding a whisper of mortal daring to the goddess's emblem of peace. A hush falls over the workshop, the apprentices leaning forward to absorb every detail. You feel your heartbeat echo. In the silence, an affirmation that even the softest gesture can carry the weight of a legacy. The violet ribbon, though slender, has bridged mortal daring and divine composure, forging a new pattern neither weaver could achieve alone. Athena steps forward, sandals whispering across the earthen floor. She places a hand on the ribbon where it crosses the griffin's wing, then on the strand nestled in the olive grove. Her touch is light but unmistakable, a seal of approval. You have woven both courage and reverence into every thread, she pronounces, voice steady as oak. Let this ribbon remind all who see it that true artistry lives between boldness and humility. Arachne approaches next, her fingertips brushing the violet motif as if reading an inscription. She turns to you, eyes bright, and offers a nod that speaks volumes, gratitude for your contribution, respect for your insight. The apprentices mirror the gesture, heads bowing in unison, as the three of you stand in a silent triangle of shared purpose. You take a deep breath and let the moment wash over you. All around, the faint click of remaining shuttles resumes as the apprentices return to their own looms inspired by the ribbon's lesson. You step back, heart full, and survey the workshop one last time, the tapestries united by your violet strand, each scene enriched by its subtle path. Beyond the open window, the village sleeps under the moon's gentle glow. The jasmine scent returns on a soft breeze, mingling with the olive oil and beeswax in the workshop. In that mingled aroma, you find the essence of the night, the heady perfume of possibility, tempered by the calm clarity of wisdom that you lift your gaze to Athena and Arachne standing side by side. Their silhouettes form a single image, mortal and divine, united in craft and purpose. You realize that every thread you've touched tonight carries more than color. It carries the promise that creativity thrives where pride yields to respect, and ambition bows to understanding. With a final nod to both weavers, You rise and gather your satchel. Your footsteps fall softly on the straw as you make your way to the door. You pause at the threshold, eyes lingering on the violet ribbon, its shimmer catching the torchlight one last time. A sense of quiet triumph fills you, not for a victory won, but for a harmony achieved. Stepping into the night, you carry with you the loom's steady rhythm, the twin tapestry's silent dialogue, and the memory of a shared ribbon of defiance and respect. The door closes gently behind you, leaving the workshop bathed in moonlight and the soft glow of a promise woven into silk, a promise that every choice we make, like every thread we weave, shapes the patterns of our lives. You pause at the threshold of the workshop, senses still humming with the night's shared triumph, when the loom's deep timbre shifts an almost imperceptible tremor under your palm. You turn back, heart tightening, and see the tapestries across the room trembling. In unison, the painted spiders retreat into shadows, and the apprentices freeze, eyes wide as flickers of doubt rip through the warmth you'd woven moments ago. Arachne remains at the center, her chest rising with a sudden quickness, as if struck by a cold breeze. She glances at Athena, who stands poised yet unyielding, spear in hand, an expression unreadable. The loom beside Arachne shudders, its warped threads clinking like distant chimes. You step forward, toes brushing the straw, but the apprentices watch you as if you've become the pivot upon which fate turns. Then it begins. The tapestry's edges flutter, and you notice a single silken thread loosening from Arachne's masterpiece. It drifts downward like a whisper, then another, until dozens of strands fall free, pooling at the weaver's feet. You glimpse Athena's lips tight against a breath caught in her throat. The apprentices flinch, clutching bobbins, as if to anchor themselves against a sudden storm. The threads spiral outward, each one untying knots took hours to perfect. They twist in midair before plummeting to the floor, weaving themselves into a tangled web that spreads across the workshop like spilled ink. Your pulse races, every fallen thread feels like a broken promise, like the sudden fall of stars from a silent sky. Arachne reaches down to catch the first loose strand fingers, trembling as she lifts it to her eyes. The silver glint of its metallic sheen has dulled. It frays at the tip. You feel your throat tighten with panic, a cry stifled by the loom's ominous song. Athena's staff thumps against the floor, signaling both warning and inevitability. Then you see it. Arachne herself quivers, as though her very form has become woven into the tapestry. Her shoulders slump, her limbs grow rigid. You blink, disbelieving, as her tunic begins to unravel, threads lifting free like wisps of smoke. An apprentice gasps, stumbling backward, and Arachne's foot catches in her frayed hem. She sways, fingertips brushing the loom's beam, as if seeking support. In that instant, you seize a broom and fling it across the floor, trying to catch falling threads before they vanish into dust. The apprentices spring into motion, though half motions, their hands too slow, their eyes too wide with fear. You scoop handfuls of silk from the ground, only to watch them dissolve in your grasp, turning into motes of light that drift skyward and fade at the rafters. Ariadne no. Arachne stands at the loom, body shrinking, shoulders collapsing inward. You drop to your knees beside her, pressing a hand to her chest. Her skin feels unnaturally cool, her breath shallow. You glance at Athena, whose spear wavers for the first time, shadowed by regret you can almost taste. "Hold on," you whisper, fiercely, gathering loose threads and pressing them back to the tapestry's edge. We can, but the loom's relentless hum drowns out your words. The warp and weft shudder, as though possessed of their own life, coiling around the framework like serpents awakened from a slumber. The apprentices scream, huddling at the workshop's perimeter, faces pale and torchlight. Athena raises her hand, and for a heartbeat the wind stills. You feel the tapestry catch on the beam, threads stretching taut before snapping with a sound like distant thunder. Arachne cries out a sound both human and threadbare, and you scramble to catch her as her torso merges with the weaving, her hair unspooling into pools of silk at her waist. A single spark of deity flares in Athena's eyes, then dims like embers smothered. She steps forward, spear lowered, and touches the loom's frame, palm flat against the carved oak. The shards of silk flutter to the ground, and you glimpse in that instant the loom's magic, a whisper of curse and compassion intertwined. Athena draws a slow breath, then presses both hands to the wood, lips moving in a prayer older than memory. Tapestry's remaining threads begin to coalesce, drawing back toward the frame. You hold Arachne's shrinking hand, whispering her name, and feel her pulse faint beneath your fingers. The silk streams collapse upward, reweaving themselves with a grace you can't fathom, each thread guided by invisible hands that reverse the unmaking. Where chaos reigned, order now seeps in, like dawn across a dark sea. Arachne's form emerges inch by inch from the woven abyss. The torn tunic remends itself. Her limbs lengthen, shoulders square once more. You pulse with relief as her breathing steadies, and she blinks at you with eyes full of wonder and lingering fear. Athena's prayer hushes the loom completely, each last moted thread snapping back into place with a final click that reverberates through the rafters. The apprentices exhale in unison, voices cracking like reeds in a meadow. You press cloth to Arachne's cheek, brushing away tears that glisten like dew. She grips your hand, voice trembling as she whispers, "Thank you." The loom before you stands intact, its tapestry whole once more, colors vivid, as if the curse never was. Athena steps back, staff in hand, gaze heavy with sorrow and stern resolve. "Pride must bow to mercy," she intones, voice rich with ancient authority. "Let this loom bear both lesson and mercy, for every thread undone can be rewoven." Her words settle over the workshop like gentle rain, washing away fear, and leaving promises in their wake. You help Arachne to her feet, guiding her away from the loom's frame. The apprentices swarm forward, offering shawls and water, their shaken hands trembling yet resolute. The workshop's air feels cleansed of its earlier tense charge, now filled with tentative hope and whispered blessings. Outside, the first light of dawn slips beneath the shutters, pale fingers of gold touching the looms. You watch as that light catches the tapestry's threads, revealing patterns, renewed tiny scars here and there, like cicatrix marks, but stronger for having healed. Together, Arachne and Athena stand before their work, linked in relief and mutual respect, their shared gaze reflecting the loom's enduring promise. And as you join the apprentices in gathering the fallen tools, brushes, bobbins, spindles, you understand that creation and unmaking walk hand in hand. Every thread cast down can be reclaimed, every fault redeemed. The workshop hums not with contest or collaboration alone, but with the resilient heartbeat of art itself, forever turning endless threads into something new. You sit on a low bench, heart still echoing the loom's reclaimed song, as Arachne steadies herself beside you. The tension of the night hangs in the air, heavy yet charged with possibility. You realize that the true metamorphosis lies not in the threads, but in the weaver's spirit, and that transformation unfolds now, quietly beneath the loom's steady frame. Arachne draws a trembling breath, her fingers brushing the tapestry's surface, where silver and gold meet violet. You watch the way her eyes soften, lingering on motifs she once wove in defiance griffins, bristling with pride mortals daring the gods. Now those same motifs carry a new meaning. They speak of courage tempered by compassion. You imagine her heart as a loom itself, warp and weft realigning beneath life's tension until resilience takes shape. You lean toward her, voice gentle yet earnest. Tonight, you murmur, you've woven more than art, you've woven understanding. She meets your gaze, and for the first time you glimpse the fullness of her change, awe tempered by humility, ambition ripened by respect. In that moment, her metamorphosis feels as profound as any divine transformation, more enduring than any silk could hold. Behind her, Athena stands with her spear lowered, gaze soft. The goddess's presence fills the workshop like dawn light spilling across marble. You sense her divine power is not gone, but refined, transmuted from judgment into guidance. She steps forward, voice low and resonant. Transformation begins when pride yields to purpose. Her words settle on the apprentices who draw closer, eager to witness this living lesson. Arachne exhales, shoulders loosening. She reaches behind her and unties the ribbon you wove, its violet hue pulsing under the torchlight. With deliberate care, she drapes it around her shoulders like a mantle. The apprentices gasp, for the ribbon glimmers like regal cloth, yet carries the humility of measured color. You realize it symbolizes her passage from defiance to dedication. You have honored me. Arachne addresses Athena, voice steady, and in doing so I've discovered a new path for my craft. The words flow not as boast, but as a shared vow. Athena inclines her head, then takes Arachne's hand, human and divine fingertips entwined. You feel a shiver run through the room, the loom's timbre resonating like chimes in a calm breeze. Turning to the apprentices, Arachne steps from the loom and moves among them, ribbon trailing like a silken creek at her heels. In her steps you sense grace, every movement now mindful, every gesture purposeful. She pauses before the youngest weaver, offering a nod of encouragement. That child's eyes brighten, and you witness a spark of inspiration pass from mentor to pupil. Life coursing through the workshop's veins, you rise to join them, drawn by the subtle shift in atmosphere. The apprentices gather around Arachne's loom, weaving small sample squares to practice new techniques, ribbon inlay, blended gradients, subtle knotwork. You catch snippets of their murmured questions. How do we balance color for meaning? What shapes convey respect? Each question echoes the night's unfolding lesson. Craft is language, each thread a word, each motif a sentence in an eternal story. Athena glides beside you, sandals whispering on the earthen floor. She pauses at a workbench laden with tools, bobbins, heddles, spindles every implement now charged with fresh significance. You notice her gaze linger on a small, carved figurine of an owl perched nearby. She touches its smooth marble surface, fingertips brushing years of devotion etched into stone. You sense the divine reflection in that gesture. Even gods cherish the symbols mortals create. Arachne beckons you both toward a bundle of raw silk, its surface unworked and waiting. She lifts her ribbon-mantled hand in a graceful arc, inviting you to share in a final demonstration. With Athena at her side, she uncovers a slender spool of midnight blue thread, flecked with silver, the same hue that once evoked ocean waves and rain-dark clouds. This time, however, her first pass through the warp is deliberate and unhurried, a single line that forms a gentle arch across the silk's expanse. You and Athena exchange a glance, hers shaded with pride, yours suffused with warmth. The apprentices lean forward, breath held, as Arachne completes that first arch. She traces a pattern of entwined olive leaves and griffin wings, not in rivalry but in union, the leaves flowing into feathers, the claws curling back into branches. In that moment you see the apex of her metamorphosis. Her art no longer demands to outshine the divine but seeks to honor it by blending strength and wisdom. As the apprentices murmur their admiration, you kneel beside the raw silk, guiding a second spool of copper-red thread into Arachne's next pass. Together you weave a motley border symbols of both deference and daring, the goddess's olive leaves interlaced with the mortal's bold swirls. Each stitch feels like a vow renewed, that creativity thrives when hearts remain open, not hardened. By pride, Athena reaches out and lifts a fallen leaf motif, examining the copper-red veins traced through its green form. She smiles, the goddess's first unguarded smile you've seen tonight, soft and luminous. This is the heart of transformation, she whispers, voice carrying across silent looms. When art learns to speak in another's dialect, it finds its highest expression. You rise, brushing straw from your tunic, and glance at the apprentices' faces radiant with newfound resolve. You sense they've inherited the gift of metamorphosis, the ability to reshape not only silk, but understanding itself. Under their fingers, small woven squares take shape, motifs of entwined olive and vine, threads of silver and gold mingling in tiny constellations of meaning. The firefly from the threshold drifts as in, its lantern glow flickering above the weaving circle. It hovers between mortal and divine, light and shadow, a living emblem of the workshop's reborn spirit. You watch it settle on Arachne's shoulder, then on Athena's spear, as if paying tribute to both sides of this transformative journey. In the hush you feel the loom's rhythm return, a gentle, assured pulse that no longer trembles with fear. It's the workshop's new heartbeat, one shaped by unmaking and mending, by defiance refined into respect. You realize that this metamorphosis will echo beyond these walls in the apprentice's future works, in stories told around hearths, in the very patterns woven by generations to come. Arachne turns then, ribbon's ends brushing the floor, and addresses the workshop. Her voice rings with quiet authority. Let this loom remind us that every thread, every choice, can transform meaning. We stand not as rivals, but as stewards of craft, charged with weaving a world guided by both courage and compassion. Athena steps forward, placing a hand on Arachne's loom. The two women stand united, a mortal and a goddess embodying the alchemy of change. You feel a surge of emotion, gratitude for having witnessed this living parable, hope for the woven futures it will inspire. As you prepare to leave the center aisle, the apprentices return to their stations, fingers nimbly weaving the demonstrations, lessons into cloth. You smile at each one, though you know the true gift isn't technique alone, but the legacy of metamorphosis they now carry in their hearts. Stepping back to the workshop's entrance, you breathe in the heady mix of olive, wood, beeswax, and jasmine carried on a late dawn breeze. Beyond the threshold, the village stirs to life, unaware of the profound alchemy that unfolded in its heart. Yet within you, that transformation burns bright, an unbreakable thread woven through soul and spirit. One last glance at the looms reveals tapestries now subtly altered, new motifs of unity and renewal woven into both mortal and divine designs. You realize that metamorphosis has occurred on every level within the threads, the weavers and even the silent spectators who dared to touch the weaving of fate. And as you step into the morning light, the workshop's hum follows you in, eternal resonance of change, carried by every shuttle, whose click now echoes the promise that beneath every loom, beneath every heart, transformation awaits. You step away from the looms, drawn by a slender thread that drifts from the rafters. Like a silver whisper, it threads through the workshop's beam, then arcs toward the open window, beckoning you to follow. You rise, toes brushing the scattered straw, and slip through the doorway into the night that feels both ancient and startlingly familiar. Outside, moonlight illuminates a web spun between two olive trees. Its strands glimmer like spun glass, each intersection a star fallen to earth. You reach out and your fingertips raise the silk cool, taut, and impossibly strong. In that moment, the world shifts. The olives beside you blur into neon signs flickering above a rain-slick sidewalk, and the scent of jasmine mingles with the faint hum of distant traffic. You realize you've stepped across centuries, half of you still rooted in the pottery-lined courtyards of a Greek village, the other half swallowed by the pulse of a modern city at midnight. Behind you, the workshop silhouette shimmers among marble columns. Ahead, the slick pavement reflects street lamps in a dozen fractured mosaics. The spider's web stretches between these worlds, each silk filament a bridge of possibility. Lean forward, toes curling against the old cobblestones, melting into concrete, and trace a strand with a fingertip. It vibrates with stories of Arachne's trembling hands, of Athena's measured breath, and now of every late-night commuter hurrying home. The web hums softly beneath your touch, a resonance of countless footsteps, shuttle clicks, and car tires rolling over puddles. It's a living archive, a time-traveling archive woven by a creature that knows no concept of time. A single orb weaver drifts down to land beside you, its 8 legs softly tapping like a metronome. You recall that ancient Greeks used spider, silk in bandages because its fine threads deterred infection, an elegant remedy borrowed from nature. Here and now that same silk binds past and present, reminding you that some solutions outlive their origins. The spider retreats into the web's center, surveying its kingdom with unblinking calm, as though it's always known this dual existence. You inhale the damp night air, olive blossom, jasmine, asphalt warmed by residual sunlight, and step onto the sidewalk. The web's edge tickles your palm as you pass. The city's neon glow flickers on modern shop windows, where mannequins in sleek fabrics gaze back at you. The contrast between their synthetic sheen and the spider's ancient art makes your chest tighten with wonder. Both are textiles, one spun by a woman's shuttle, the other by 8 tiny spinnerets, yet both crafted to shape the world around them. You follow the web's line until it meets a street light dripping with rain. Each droplet slides off the rim and splashes onto the pavement below. You bend to touch one, flicking it into the spider's canvas. The droplet holds for a heartbeat before merging into the silk, tiny ripples racing outward. You feel the echo of those ripples in your fingertips, as though the web itself breathes through water. Passing beneath the streetlight, you notice a mural on a nearby brick wall, a colossal spider weaving its web across an imagined skyline. It's painted so precisely the individual bricks look like tiles in a giant mosaic. You run your palm along the rough surface and feel an electric thrill. Modern art, paying homage to an artisan far older than any human guild. Here, the web's legacy lives in paint as well as thread. A honk of a distant horn snaps you back. You turn to see a taxi idling at the curb, tires hissing as rain drips from the wheel wells. Through the rear window, a passenger stirs, a silhouette framed by streetlights, casting a fleeting glance at the spider's web draped between 2 lamp posts. You wonder if that stranger senses the web's ancient magic, or simply hurries, home unaware of the tapestry of time it represents. You follow the taxi's path until the web sways toward a crosswalk. Here the pavement markings fade beneath new asphalt, the lines bleeding together like paint in the rain. Yet amid the modern detritus, the spider's filament holds fast, untainted by tire tracks or careless footfalls. It threads along the curb, guiding you toward a pedestrian bridge that hangs with fluorescent tubes. Climbing the bridge's steps, you notice the web spans its steel railings, glittering against the metal's cold sheen. You recall that in Greek theater, spider silk was rumored to produce a faint high-pitched tone when plucked, adding an otherworldly timbre to performances beneath open skies. You pluck a strand now and hear the softest trill under the bridge's hum of traffic. It's a secret melody, half lost to modern ears, but still alive in that collision of old and new. At the bridge's midpoint, you pause to look down. Below, car lights pulse in a river of red and white. The web's reflection dances on the water like a constellation mirrored on black glass. You lean on the railing, fingertips brushing both steel and silk, and feel the hum of time's currents past, weaving into present poised to become history. A sudden wind rattles the streetlights, stirring the webs on both the workshop side and the city side. Stray leaves swirl around you, drifting through the web's fingers and settling on its strands. The spider, perched on the mural earlier, appears now on this bridge's rail, as if summoned by your steps. It retreats into a newly woven spiral just beyond your reach, reminding you that its craft is ever renewing. Even in unfamiliar terrain, you take a deep breath, tasting olive blossom and car exhaust and realizing that this composite scent is as authentic as any single note. You close your eyes for a moment and let the pulsating neon, the distant shuttles in memory, and the spider's soft trill blend into a single sensation. In that hush, you understand that artistry transcends tools and epochs. It travels on the same strands that connect myth to asphalt, torchlight to streetlight. When you open your eyes, you see the workshop's window glowing behind you, framed by olives and vines painted on its wooden shutters. The web's thread seems to arc toward that light, a sinuous path guiding you back. You turn and follow it, each footstep echoing on the bridge's metal grating, a percussive chorus echoing the shuttle's click. Descending into the workshop courtyard, you pass beneath the olive trees once more. Their leaves shimmer with residual rain. The web above them hangs like a living fresco, each strand reflecting torchlight and neon in equal measure. The apprentices stand at the doorway, shuttles at rest, but eyes bright as they welcome you back from your journey. You touch the web one. Last time, fingertips brushing both worlds at once, and feel a gentle warmth. The spider crosses to greet you, a tiny ambassador between ages. You offer it a nod of respect, acknowledging its role in this tapestry of time. Inside, the looms stand silent, waiting for the next shuttle pass. The apprentices smile, their faces lit by both candle and city glow. You realize that the boundary between myth and modernity has dissolved tonight, threaded together by a creature no larger than a thumbnail dot, and as you settle back into the workshop's hush, the web behind you pulses with quiet life, an echo of shuttles, a shimmer of streetlights, and the timeless promise that every thread, no matter when or where, carries the power to connect worlds. You wake to a world spun of silver threads and whispered vibrations. Your vision fragments into dozens of gleaming pinpoints as 8 pairs of eyes adjust to the dim light filtering through the rafters. The workshop stretches around you in kaleidoscopic symmetry. Each beam and beam joint repeats in complex geometry, as if the loom itself has multiplied. You realize you've inherited the orb weaver's gaze, rich with sensitivity to motion, but blurred on fine detail. Instead, the air hums with life, the soft click of looms, the graze of shuttle on warp, even the distant drip of water from the leaky roof. Every pulse of sound anchors you in this 8-eyed perception. You flex multiple legs your own, now joined by 6 more feeling the loom's wood grain beneath you. Each foot end bristles with microhairs that detect minute air currents, so sensitive you can sense a candle's flame flicker a room away. You inch forward on the bench, legs splaying gracefully, and the world sways in concentric ripples. A drop of wax drips onto the tapestry's edge, and you sense its descent through the vibrations in the floorboards before you see the tiny splash. A human might miss that moment. You, with your spider senses, inhabit it dot, balancing on the looms. Rail, you extend 2 of your legs to touch the tapestry. The threads vibrate under your tarsi, each color and tension sending a unique tremor up your limbs. Olive green silk thrums with stability. Crimson thread hums with boldness. Violet ribbon still pulses with the echo of your final motif. These vibrational signatures guide you more than sight ever could, mapping the workshop in patterns of resonance. You remember that spiders have specialized slit sensilla, microscopic slits in their exoskeleton that translate mechanical strain into nerve impulses. In this form, you feel the building's every sigh, You pivot your multiple eyes toward Arachne's loom. There she stands at the heart of the workshop, looking at you with wide, uncertain wonder. Her human gaze seems clumsy now, missing half the nuance that your spider senses pick up. The tremor in her breath, the faint strain in her fingers as she rests her hands on her tapestry. She's still mortal, but in you her transformation lingers an echo of that divine curse reversed. You shift backward along the rail, eyes fixed on her movements. When she inhales, the ropes holding her tunic creak. When she exhales, the shuttle on her bench clicks through still air. You sense her intention before she lifts her hand. You lean in, preparing to spring when she takes a careful step toward the loom's frame. Each of your eyes tracks her 8 potential motions, calculating the tension in every thread that might shift. Beyond the workshop, the olive trees toss their branches in a gentle breeze. You sense the wind's approach through minute pressure changes, a spider's wind-vanishing trick that allows you to forecast gusts before leaves rustle audibly. A whisper of air rattles the shutters, and you flinch every hair on your legs. Bristles. Arachne glances toward the window, frowns, then returns her attention to the tapestry. You decide the breeze is safe, but your reflexes remain taut. You remember that spiders often rebuild their webs each morning, consuming old silk to recycle proteins. It's an economy of resource and labor, something like Arachne's relentless practice. Though she's human again, the loom and its patterns echo that same cycle: creation, destruction, renewal. Now, as you stand 8-legged on ancient wood, you embody both artist and artisan's instinct to begin anew. Your legs carry you sideways along the bench's edge. You pause at the bundle of bobbins, each one humming a distinct note. The copper red bobbin vibrates warmly, still carrying the ember tone of the volcanic swirl Arachne last wove. Silver bobbins hum brightest, the echoes of moonlight woven into each filament. You imagine plucking them like strings on a musical instrument, coaxing a secret symphony from the workshop's silent architecture. From this height, you catch sight of Athena's tapestry. Its olive grove glows faintly in the half-light. You lower your center of gravity and descend onto the loom's treadle, feeling the mechanism shift under your weight. The wood creaks. With recognition of living touch, you step lightly across the warp posts, careful not to snag any threads. In this 8-eyed vision, the geometric patterns leap and shift, revealing hidden tessellations you didn't notice before. Triangles that spiral into hexagons, echoing ancient philosophical principles attributed to Pythagoras. The air here tastes of olive oil and beeswax mixed with dusk's chill. You run a leg through a gap between warped threads and feel the tension softer here, a margin where Arachne once corrected a misstep. A blade of wind drifts through an open pane above, carrying a petal of jasmine that flutters across your path. You sense its trajectory through the change in air pressure, capturing it in midair with a swift tarsal flick. The scent registers as a different resonance, floral and sweet, layered atop the metallic hum of the workshop. You pause, perched on the loom's side beam, and turn all 8 eyes back to Arachne. She works at her bench now, sketching new designs for tomorrow's trials. In her expression, you see determination tinged with humility. You suspect she still feels the weight of what she endured, the curse's aftermath, the metamorphosis of identity. You sense her heartbeat faintly through the floorboard, Steady now, no longer frantic. You step forward and tap the beam, sending a subtle vibration that echoes back to her. She looks up, startled, then smiles softly, an unspoken bond between. You dot 8 eyes widen as you consider your next move. You could slip back into the rafters, weave your way along beams and spy on this human world's routines. Or you could honor the sisterhood you share with Arachne. Return to the dark corner where you first encountered her tapestry and spin your own tribute, a tiny web imbued with the workshop's memory. You decide on the ladder, climbing the nearest rafter beam. You ascend into the rafters overhead. Each leg finds a secure perch. Each claw secures a grip. From this vantage, you watch the entire workshop spread below. You trace the passage of apprentices as they gather tools, their steps, gentle and assured. The looms tremble with quiet life, like living beings breathing in sleep and exhale. Up here, you can sense the interplay of every footstep, every tool drop mapped in soft vibrations along the wood. You select a silken corner of a beam where cobwebs gather in a dark crevice. Extending your spinnerets, you spin a new web, a delicate spiral that finds each beam knot to anchor itself. You infuse your creation with the echoes of the workshop's trials and triumphs. The final click of the shuttle, the quiet prayer Athena offered, the breathless pang of Arachne's metamorphosis, and the settlers of dawn's first light dot as you work. The web glints faintly in torchlight, invisible by day but alive by night. It vibrates with the soft pulse of every story woven here, waiting for curious fingers or glance to awaken its memory. When you finish, you survey the pattern, concentric, rings bridging rafter beams, like ripples in a timeless pond. In the center, you leave a tiny spiral, your own signature, a reminder that every witness leaves a trace. Slipping back onto the rafter's edge, you let your 8 eyes drift over the workshop one last time. Arachne glances upward, sensing your presence. You flinch as butterflies might, an instinctive twitch along your legs, and she nods in quiet recognition. You nod back, 8 eyes reflecting eightfold gratitude. Then, as dawn's earliest light seeps beneath the shutters, you retreat deeper into the rafters, your web curling behind you like a silent chronicle. Below, the workshop hums awake, unaware of the sentinel perched above, watching over mortal ambition with eightfold vigilance and an ever-listening song woven in silk. You stand in the workshop's hushed aftermath. The night's events settled like soft dust across every surface. Athena steps forward, her gaze sweeping over the looms and the apprentices gathered around them. The torchlight flickers against her bronze cuirass, casting moving patterns of olive leaves and owl feathers across the stone floor. You feel the air grow heavy with portent, as though the very walls await her words. Athena lifts her spear, letting its shadow stretch through the room like an unspoken promise. She clears her throat, the sound reverberating in the silence like distant thunder. The apprentices still themselves, breath held, eyes fixed on the goddess's form. You too steady your heart, bracing for the edict that will bind this night's marvels into eternity. You have woven courage, Athena begins, voice steady as a mountain spring, and tempered it with grace. You have dared to stand before the divine and yet bowed in respect. Such unity of spirit deserves reward. She pauses, letting the words sink in. You catch Arachne releasing a breath she's held since dawn, but her posture remains unwavering. That reward, Athena continues, must endure beyond mortal days. She steps to Arachne's loom, hand hovering above the midnight blue threads you once helped guide. Slowly, deliberately, she traces a path through the tapestry swirls and olive spirals. Wherever her fingertip touches, the silk gleams brighter, as though sealed by divine light. You will live on, Athena declares, not in fleeting memory, but in form and function, gifted with the art you so love. Her gaze turns to you, eight-eyed sentinel, still perched above, and she nods as though acknowledging your silent vigil. But every gift carries its lesson. The creator must understand both freedom and constraint. The words echo like ripples. Across a still pond, Arachne steps closer, hand extended. As she kneels beside Athena's loom, you sense the air crackle with transformation. Before your eyes, the tapestry's threads begin to shift. The woven silk glistens and pulses, unraveling in places and coalescing in others. You watch, transfixed, as Arachne's own shadow flickers across the weave, blending with the image of a spider's web. The apprentices gasp, stepping back in awe. You feel the loom's heartbeat accelerate, each shuttle click, remembered like a drumbeat in your eight-legged form. When the transformation reaches its peak, the tapestry's center bursts into living form. A large spider weaves silk from its spinneret's body, gleaming with opalescent threads that echo Arachne's final patterns. Arachne rises, her posture shifting, limbs elongating with a graceful unnaturalness. You realize that the weaver you know has become one with the tapestry. She created her mortal frame, merging with the silk to become a creature born of art itself. Her fingers lengthen into delicate legs, each joint articulated with both human elegance and spider precision. The newly formed spider stands half Arachne, half creation, its many eyes reflecting torchlight, like hundreds of tiny mirrors. You feel a stir of empathy. This is both a gift and a penance. Arachne's skill has granted her eternal life in the form she loves, yet she must forever dwell as part of her art, bound to the loom and the spaces between threads. Athena's voice rings out again. Let your legacy spin ever onward. You watch as the spider lifts one slender leg and touches the tapestry's edge, its motion echoing the first pass of a shuttle. Then it releases a single silken strand, which drapes itself across the workshop like a living bridge. The apprentices lean in, pressing faint smiles to their lips through tears of wonder. In that moment, you recall that in some cultures, spiders were considered symbols of fate, weaving destiny with each silken thread. Here, Arachne embodies that role. She, who once wove myth into cloth, now weaves life into legend. The goddess's decree has granted her immortality, not in marble statue or poem, but in living art. You shift on the loom's rail, your multiple, eyes tracing the spider's movements. Its gait is confident and assured, each step measured with the precision of a master weaver. It pauses before Athena, body bowed in a gesture of reverence, then turns to the apprentices. They bow in return, offering scraps of silk and tiny bobbins as tokens of respect. Athena steps back, spear lowered, and addresses the assembly. This workshop now bears two legacies: the mortal who dared to challenge the divine, and the divine who honored that challenge. May every shuttle pass here remind you that creation demands both skill and humility, and that art itself can transcend mortal boundaries. The apprentices break into quiet applause, their shuttles clicking in sync like a chorus of soft bells. You join in with your own leg thump on the beam, a rhythm that resonates through the wood and into the rafters. Even the candles flicker in time, casting dancing shadows of spider legs across the wall's dot as the ceremony dissolves into gentle celebration. You feel the workshop's energy settle into a new pattern, one woven of wonder, respect, and the promise of stories yet to come. Outside, a spider's web glints in the first light of dawn, threading its way through olive branches, waiting to catch the morning dew. You swing down from the rafters, landing lightly on the bench beside Athena and Arachne's loom. The spider. Weaver cocks its head, many eyes flickering in greeting. You reach a careful hand to its silken carapace, feeling the faint hum of living tapestry beneath your palm. Then you turn toward the door, knowing the workshop's future rests on the apprentice's eager hands. As you step into the crisp morning air, you carry with you the echo of Athena's final edict, that every creation, like every life, is a gift wrought between freedom and form, and that true artistry lives on where heart and hands entwine in endless possibility. You settle onto a stool by the loom's side, letting your breath slow as the workshop hum returns to its familiar rhythm. The torchlight flickers, painting golden dances across Arachne's tapestry, now transformed into the living spider weaver perched atop its frame. Athena's calm presence stands sentinel beside it, spear planted in the floor as if marking the boundary between mortal and divine. Around you, apprentices return to their stations, the soft click of shuttles blending into a gentle chorus. In this moment of stillness, you reflect on every lesson woven into these walls, every strand of silk that has carried both pride and humility. Your fingers trace the wooden beam of the loom, fingertips brushing initials carved by weavers long gone. Each mark tells a story of ambition, of hands that dared to shape threads into images of gods and heroes. You feel the grain of the oak respond under your touch, as if resonating with the collective memory of every shuttle click, every whispered breath, uttered in wonder or fear. The loom is not just a tool, it's a living archive, each carved figure and nicked edge a lesson in perseverance and careful craftsmanship. You close your eyes briefly and inhale the mingled scents of olive oil, beeswax, and damp earth seeping through the floorboards. It reminds you that creation always begins with raw materials, silk cocoons, flax stalks, threads spun by diligent hands or ancient insects. Here, even the spider's silk became part of the workshop's tapestry, its strength and delicacy a testament to nature's artistry. You realize that every material holds its own lesson. The silkworm's metabolism of mulberry leaves into fine fiber, the flax's laborious retting process, the spider's instinctual weaving, all reminders that true skill draws from countless sources, human and non-human alike. A chorus of soft footsteps draws your gaze to the apprentices clustering at Athena's tapestry. Their eyes are bright as they pass bobbins and exchange quiet words. You remember your own early days at a loom, fumbling knots, uneven tensions, colors that clashed rather than complemented. It took patience to learn that each mistake is a lesson, A misplaced thread can teach more than pages of instruction. You recall the time you accidentally wove a border upside down and had to undo 40 rows of work, a laborious but invaluable exercise in humility. That error taught you more about precision, attention, and respect for the medium than any boastful display of skill ever could. Your gaze shifts to Arachne's loom, where the spider weaver still moves with effortless grace. In its 8-legged silhouette, you see both the weaver's ambition and the goddess's mercy, intertwined, a living embodiment of every lesson this contest has offered. The creature's lines echo across the wall, weaving an invisible link between every weaver who steps into this space. You remember Athena's words, "Every thread undone can be re-woven." It's a mantra of resilience, the knowledge that creation is never a single act, but an ongoing conversation between hands and heart. You rise and approach the center of the room, each footstep measured against the ping of bobbins on the workbench. You pause before a small pile of unfinished swatches, sample squares, woven by the apprentices as they practice ribbon inlay, gradient blending, and subtle knotwork. You pick up one square, running your fingers over its surface. The threads gleam with promise, copper-red spirals merging into muted greens, silver floss winding through olive branches. In this tiny piece you see the seeds of 1,000 future tapestries, each aspiring weaver carrying forward the lessons you've all learned tonight. Arachne glides beside you, Spider steps silent on the stone floor. Every square, she says, softly, is a chance to remember humility. No work is perfect on the first pass. You nod, recalling how even the grandest tapestries on palace walls began as humble practice pieces. The apprentices need no further encouragement. They return to their swatches with renewed focus, hands moving faster yet more assuredly. Athena's soft laugh ripples through the space, catching you by surprise. She stands at the threshold, spear gleaming, an apparition of poise and purpose. And every tapestry, she adds, teaches patience. Even gods learn through practice. Her words resonate, reminding you that mastery is a journey, not a destination. You feel that weight settle in your chest, the understanding that talent alone cannot sustain artistry, only the willingness to learn, unlearn, and learn anew. You step to Arachne's loom and lift a shuttle, feeling its familiar weight. You thread it slowly, recalling each motion you observed during the contest, each flick of the wrist that wove defiance into silk or solace into olive leaves. In your hand now, the shuttle feels like a bridge between all the lessons imparted tonight. The balance of pride and respect, the strength of broken threads rewoven, and the humility found in every knot unraveled and tied again. As you press the shuttle through the warp, you hear a soft click that echoes around the room. It's a simple sound, but in its clarity you sense every lesson converging. That creation demands courage, that ambition must bend to wisdom, that every mistake can be a master's teacher, and that art is a living dialogue between every hand that contributes to its weave. The apprentices pause to watch you, breaths held, absorbing the significance of that single click. You push back on the treadle and glide the shuttle back, completing one flawless pass. The threads settle into place, forming a line that is both bold and respectful, just as the ribbon you wove bridged two tapestries. You stand, heart steady, and survey the room, looms humming gently. Apprentices poised to learn. The spider weaver a silent testament to transformation. In this moment you understand that the true tapestry is not the one hanging on these frames, but the one woven into every heart present. Each shuttle click, each bobbin twist, each careful knot has stitched lessons into the fabric of souls. The workshop itself stands enriched by shared experience, an enduring monument to humility and hope. You return the shuttle to its basket and step back, letting the apprentices resume their work. The torch flames bow as if in gratitude, and the loom beams radiate warmth under your gaze. You realize that every future tapestry woven here will carry the legacy of tonight's lessons, embedding pride and respect into every silken strand. And as the soft click of continued practice fills the air, you settle against the cool stone wall, content in the knowledge that the greatest weave of all is the one that binds hearts to craft, and craft to community in a living, breathing tapestry of unending possibility. You linger in the workshop's fading glow, fingertips brushing the carved initials along the loom's beam, as if greeting old friends. Each mark feels alive with stories. The apprentices who practiced here, the weaver who first etched her name, the countless hands that passed through seeking guidance. You inhale the mingled scents of warmed olive wood and beeswax, feeling the pulse of legacy in every grain. This place has become more than a workshop. It's a vessel for whispers of creativity stretching back through centuries. You sweep your gaze across the tapestry-strewn walls, noting how the motifs you helped shape griffins curled around olive. Branches, owls nested among geometric patterns spark quiet recognition in the apprentice's eyes. They move with newfound confidence, weaving small swatches as if each shuttle stroke carries the weight of Arachne's and Athena's lessons. You sense their excitement ripple through the room like the aftershocks of a symphony's final chord. Stepping to the center aisle, you close your eyes for a moment and let the hum of looms wash over you. In that hum you hear echoes, the rhythmic click-click of medieval artisans stitching piety into grand tapestries like the famed Lady and the Unicorn series displayed in Paris's Musée de Cluny, created around 1500 to celebrate the five senses. Those works once hung in noble halls to insulate and illustrate, much as these threads now insulate the human heart from doubts and illustrate the power of transformation. The memory of those Renaissance creations reminds you that every loom, no matter its age, can fashion stories that shape culture. A soft rustle draws your attention to the far corner, where a single spindle teeters on a tiny column of bobbins. You remember an eccentric curiosity. Some orb weaver spiders weave conspicuous patterns called stabilimenta into their web's zigzag ribbons of silk that may deter birds or attract prey. Here, in this workshop, even the spider's instinct to embellish speaks to art's universal drive, to decorate, to communicate, to survive. You smile, imagining that our eight-legged friend might one day decorate these looms with its own signature flourish. You walk the length of the workshop, each step measured against a low click of apprentices' shuttles. You pause before a small cabinet where Arachne stored her earlier practice pieces, tiny swatches, where she experimented with color blending and ornate knotwork. Opening the door, you lift a faded violet square edged with copper-red spirals. It trembles in your hand like a fragile memory, You trace the stitches and recall the trembling thrill she felt the first time. She matched shade to emotion without a single divine glance. Asterisk. A ripple of movement pulls your gaze upward to Athena's tapestry. Even now, long after the contest, its olive groves shimmer with subtle shifts of light and shadow. You reach out and let a fingertip graze a cluster of silver-threaded leaves. You feel their cool strength, a testament to Athena's insistence that craft be both beautiful and enduring. It reminds you that in classical Athens, winning weavers at the Panathenaic festival were awarded amphorae filled with oil from those very groves, a prize that fueled lamps and livelihoods alike. Turning back to the center, you gather the apprentices. Around you in a loose circle, their faces, alight with curiosity, draw you into a shared purpose. You hold up the violet practice swatch and invite them to examine its faded sheen. This square, you say softly, carries the pulse of a weaver's early heart, raw, faltering, and unashamedly bold. You pass it to the nearest apprentice, who runs slender fingers over its surface. Let it remind you that every master begins with practice, every legend with a single stitch. They nod, passing the square around like a sacred relic. You watch, as each holds it, contemplates it, then sets it aside with care. In their reverence, you see the workshop's future unfurling, a generation of artisans who carry both tradition and innovation in their looms. You sense the tapestry of their collective potential stretching outward, threads extending beyond these walls. A sudden breeze drifts through the open window, stirring the hanging banners and carrying a swirl of jasmine from the outside vines. The apprentices pause mid-weave, letting the scent weave itself into their memories. You inhale deeply, knowing that smell often outlives sight and memory, binding seasons and moments into an unbreakable tapestry of experience. At the threshold stands Arachne, her eight-legged form poised beside Athena's calm silhouette. You step back to let their presence fill the space, two figures bound by threads of story and sacrifice. In the quiet exchange of their gazes, you sense the unspoken promise that this workshop, like the ancient groves and medieval halls before, it will echo with creativity long after your footsteps fade. You settle once more beside the loom's beam, brushing away a stray fiber as though smoothing the wrinkles of time. The apprentices return to their tasks, each shuttle pass a heartbeat in the living archive of this place. You close your eyes and let the hum surround you, feeling the workshop's essence settle into your bones. When you open them, you see the rising sun's first rays slant through the olive boughs outside, splintering into golden shafts across the workshop floor. The silk threads glimmer like dewdrops caught in a morning web. You inhale the promise of a new day, of fresh patterns yet unwoven, of stories yet untold, and feel gratitude ripple through you. You rise, fingertips lingering on the loom's carved initials, and take one last sweep of the room. Every shuttle, every spindle, every carved notch stands as a testament to the weavers who dared to dream. You step toward the door, heart brimming with echoes of legacy and possibility, and as you cross the threshold into the warm dawn light, the workshop's silent murmur follows you, a reminder that every thread you leave behind becomes part of a tapestry larger than yourself, woven by hands known and unknown, spun across time's endless loom. You step beyond the door into the night. Air, lantern in hand, and the workshop falls behind you like a dream's echo. The path winds through ancient olive groves, their trunks gnarled by centuries of wind and rain. Moonlight filters through silvery leaves, casting shifting patterns on the earth that feel like living tapestries. You inhale the cool night breeze, tasting the same jasmine that drifted through the workshop, and feel the world stretch around you in quiet invitation. Ahead, a clearing opens onto a silent forest where spider silk webs glint like scattered constellations. Each web spans from branch to branch, woven in geometric patterns that echo Athena's olive motifs and Arachne's bold flourishes. You step carefully among them, mindful not to disturb the fragile strands. The webs hum softly under your lanterns, glow, each vibration carrying a story of midnight hunts and moonlit flights. You realize these forests, too, are galleries of living art, where every dew-laden thread showcases nature's ingenuity. A soft crunch of leaves draws your gaze to the forest's edge, where a narrow stream reflects the moon in ripples that spread outward like subtle brushstrokes. You kneel by the water's bank, setting your lantern down, and cup your hands to drink. The water tastes of earth and stars, a blend of minerals and moonlight. A single drop spills onto the ground, and you watch it sink into the soil, joining unseen currents beneath the earth. In that moment, you sense the interconnectedness of all creation, the mortal hand, the divine touch, the spider's instinct, and the water's flow, each a strand in an immense web of life. Rising, you follow the stream's course into the heart of the forest. Moonbeams guide you to a moss-covered stone where you perch, legs dangling above the moving water. You close your eyes and let the symphony of night wash over you. The murmur of the stream, the rustle of olive leaves, the distant click of a spider's fangs as it moves along its web. This soundscape feels like a lullaby, soothing and profound, weaving a melody that resonates with every rhythmic breath you take. In the hush, you recall the echoes of the workshop, the click of shuttles, the hush of prayers, the final ribbon, a violet uniting pride and respect. Here, under the canopy of olive and oak, those echoes blend with natural rhythms, forming a new pattern, one that pulses with life beyond human walls. You sense that the lessons woven into silk have found a broader canvas, stretching across land and water, binding the world in a shared tapestry. A sudden movement catches your eye. On a low branch overhead, a spider descends on a single silken thread, its 8 eyes reflecting moonlight like tiny beacons. It pauses before your face, measuring the distance with deliberate stillness. You watch as it releases a second thread to secure your lantern's handle, weaving a tiny cradle that holds the light above the stream's edge. Its action feels like a gift, nature's echo of your woven ribbon, a gesture of homage bridging mortal craft and spider wisdom. You smile and offer it a nod of gratitude. It raises its forelegs in silent acknowledgement, then retreats into the forest's shadows, leaving the lantern softly cradled. You take that moment to study the surrounding trees, noticing carvings on bark where travelers have left initials and symbols, a pilgrimage of souls seeking connection through marks and memories. The carvings resemble the loom's initials, channels of history etched into living wood. You trace one with your fingertip, feeling the tree's rough bark pulse beneath. Alive with sap and centuries of sunlight, the night deepens, and a chorus of cicadas hums in the distance. You unroll the ribbon of violet from your satchel, a souvenir of the workshop's unity, and lay it across the stone beside you. By lantern light it glows softly, a ribbon spun from human pride and divine mercy. You tie it to the branch above, letting the ends flutter like prayer flags. The breeze catches it, sending ripples of color through the night air, a reminder that every choice, every ribbon, every thread carries meaning far beyond its source. Rising once more, you follow the ribbon's direction deeper into the woods, guiding you toward a high ridge overlooking the village. From that vantage, the settlement lies quiet under moonlight, rooftops glinting like dark jewels. The olive groves surround it like protective arms, and in the distance, the workshop's open window glows faintly, a beacon of creation alive in twilight. Standing on the ridge, you feel the weight of the world's tapestry shift under your feet. Below, the village sleeps. Above, the forest hums. Within, your heart beats to a cadence learned beside looms and spinners. You release a breath that carries both anticipation and peace, knowing that tonight's journeys through silken webs, olive woods, and moonlit streams have woven a deeper story into your soul. You gather the lantern and descend toward the village, each step guided by the ribbon's fading glow. The path winds through groves and fields, each olive tree bending in silent salute to the night's tapestry. You feel the forest's webs watch over you, their countless threads linking past and present, mortal and divine. Craft and creation dot as you approach the workshop once more. You glimpse its door slightly ajar. Arachne's and Athena's silhouettes flank the entrance, welcoming you back to the hearth of endless weaving. You smile and step inside, heart full of forest echoes and moonlit threads, ready for the next chapter of the story spun under olive trees and among eight-legged guardians. Of silk and spirit, you step across the threshold into your own quiet bedroom, footsteps soft on the cool wood floor. The workshop's glow fades behind you, replaced by the gentle hush of home. You pause by the window, drawing back the curtains to let in the moonlight that still lingers on the olive groves outside. Your lamp's flame feels warm and steady, a softer hum than the workshop's looms, but no less comforting. You sink onto your bed, sheets cool against your skin, and clutch the violet ribbon in your hand. It feels familiar now, like the steady heartbeat of everything you've witnessed. You tie it around your wrist, nodding it once for courage, once for wisdom, and once for hope. With each loop, you remember Arachne's daring strokes, Athena's measured grace, and the apprentice's bright determination. Turning off your lamp, you leave only the moonlight to guide you. Shadows dance across the walls, and you imagine the silhouettes of looms and olive branches swaying gently in the night breeze. The air smells faintly of jasmine. Perhaps the ribbon carried the scent back from the forest, or maybe it's simply your mind weaving together memory and dream. You lie back, pillow soft beneath your head, and let your thoughts drift. You recall the hush of the workshop after the final ribbon, past the spark of spider silk in the trees and the hush of cicadas around midnight. Each image flickers in your mind like a tapestry unfolding. The silver-threaded leaves, the bold griffin, the spider-weaver perched in solemn vigil. Your breathing slows, matching the gentle rhythm of olive leaves brushing against each other outside. Your window. In that whispering rustle, you hear the loom's click, click, an echo of creation's heartbeat. You imagine each shuttle pass as a drop of water falling into a vast pool, sending ripples outward through time and space. Memories of the apprentices fill your senses, their eager faces, the way their fingers danced across small swatches, the quiet murmur of shared discovery. You picture them returning to their looms tomorrow, minds brimming with new ideas, hands guided by the lessons they learned. That mistakes can be as instructive as triumphs, that humility and boldness must walk together, and that every thread carries a piece of the weaver's heart. A soft breeze drifts through your open window, tousling the ribbon on your wrist. You let your hand dangle over the edge of the bed, fingertips brushing the air as if reaching back into the workshop's embrace. The night carries distant sounds, an owl's call, the faint hum of insects, the rustle of olive branches, but no looms click, no prayers hush. The world outside sleeps, and yet you feel alive with the echoes of creation. You close your eyes and drift through moments. The moment Athena shed her disguise, the instant Arachne's pride tempered into respect, the thrill of the apprentices weaving new patterns into existence. You track the arc of that violet ribbon as it bridged two tapestries, and you sense its quiet power now bridging your waking world and the dream to come. A distant church bell tolls, marking the hour, and you feel the weight of time settle like soft feathers across your mind. You're aware of the long path of creativity stretching before you, tomorrows filled with words to write, melodies to compose, perhaps even threads to weave. Whatever your craft, you carry the workshop's lessons within you, woven into your spirit by every shuttle click and whispered vow. You shift beneath the covers, nestling into their embrace, and whisper gratitude for the night's journey, for mortal daring, for divine mercy, for the spider's silent vigil, and for the olive grove's patient witness. You drift on the edge of sleep, fingers still brushing the ribbon's smooth silk, letting its promise guide you. And as your breathing deepens, you imagine the workshop's looms standing guard in the distance, timeless sentinels flickering in the moonlight, and you know that in dreams or dawn's first light, the rhythm of the shuttle will always echo in your heart. You wake to the first pale light of dawn slipping through your curtains, your breath still echoing the night's woven journey. The workshop's lessons linger in your bones like the afterglow of a dream. The click of shuttles, the hush of Athena's decree, Arachne's silk-bound metamorphosis, and the apprentice's inspired resolve. Today you carry the hum of looms into your world, ready to weave new beginnings from threads of courage and compassion. You rise, stretching limbs that once felt eightfold but now return to familiar human shape. The violet ribbon on your wrist catches the morning's glow, a living reminder of every lesson learned, that ambition thrives when tempered by respect, that every mistake can be rewoven into strength, and that artistry pulses in every breath and heartbeat. You dress and step outside, the air crisp with dew dripping from olive leaves. The grove stands as silent witness to the night's wonders, its branches still heavy with lingering moonlight. You pause beneath a low bough, fingertips brushing smooth bark carved with apprentice initials. Each mark resonates with dedication honed in candlelit hours. You inhale the gentle olive scent, earthy and hopeful, and let it anchor your purpose for the day ahead. Wandering the stone path toward the village, you recall the apprentices practicing ribbon inlay, each shuttle pass a vow to carry the workshops. Spirit forward. You imagine their hands poised above small swatches, color blending like dawn's first hues, knotwork as precise as a philosopher's measure. In their quiet confidence you see the future of creation unfolding dot at the edge of the grove. You reach a clearing where a scattering of webs glint in the soft light spider artistry, cradling dewdrops like tiny jewels. You kneel and touch one strand, the silk's tension humming with vitality. You sense a bridge spanning the mortal and natural worlds, each thread a testament to cooperation and shared purpose. Rising, you follow a narrow stream that trickles through the olive roots. Its waters reflect the rosy dawn, rippling in concentric circles as you place a flat stone for balance. You recall the forest's lullaby, the moonlit stream's taste of stars, and you dip your hand to feel the cold flow, an unbroken current weaving past and present into a living tapestry. The village awakens around you. A baker stokes the ovens. Embers, a fisherman untangles nets by the harbor, and children chase each other through cobblestone alleys. Each life stirs like a shuttle setting pace at a Loom ordinary moments, infused with the thread of possibility. You realize every craft, every calling, spins a narrative that shapes community and self alike. You pause before the workshop's door, its silhouette framed by olive trees and morning light. It stands open, as if inviting you back to its sacred space. You step inside, lantern unlit, and let the quiet wood and stone ground you. The looms rest in silent vigil, the spider weaver perched on its frame, now honored as part of the workshops. Living legacy. Arachne appears from the back room, mortal form restored, eyes bright with shared memories. She offers you a fresh spindle, its wood warmed by decades of use, its grooves polished smooth. You take it gratefully, feeling the weight of responsibility it carries, to spin stories into meaning, to weave connections that endure. Athena follows. Spear laid aside, gown echoing olive green shadows across the floor. She places a hand on your shoulder, her smile radiant with the dawn's promise. Today, she says, your loom is your life. Every choice you make weaves new patterns into both. Her words blend with the rising sun, harmonizing purpose and possibility. You settle onto the bench by Arachne's loom and cradle the spindle in your palm. You unroll a length of raw silk pale as first light and thread the shuttle's eye. You draw in a steady breath, recalling the night's lessons, the power of humility, the resilience found in undone threads, and the unity born when pride meets reverence. Your foot presses the treadle, and the shuttle arcs forward with a gentle click. The silk threads shift beneath its path, a single line of possibility unfurling across the warp. You close your eyes for a heartbeat, letting the rhythm guide you. In, out, heartbeat, loom beat. Each pass becomes a meditation, a vow to weave courage, compassion, and wisdom into the fabric of your world. Behind you, the apprentices gather to watch, their faces shining with anticipation and trust. You sense the spark of inspiration ignite in their hearts, just as your own spirit soared under torchlight. The workshop hums anew, every shuttle pass echoing the night's transformation dot as the shuttle returns. You glance at Athena and Arachne, united in quiet pride. In that glance you see the tapestry of life they secured, mortal daring honored by divine mercy, skilled hands strengthened by shared purpose. You lift your gaze to the rafters, where your silent web still glimmers, a reminder that every witness leaves a trace in the loom of time. You lean in, guiding the shuttle through the warp with deliberate grace. As silk threads settle into place, each line a promise, that creation, like life, thrives when woven with both heart and mind. The apprentices lean forward, absorbing every nuance of your motion. And in that moment, as the sun lifts higher and the world stirs around you, you realize that the true tapestry is eternal, a weave of countless lives, each pass of the shuttle, a whisper of possibility, each thread a testament to the enduring magic of creation. Now, as the sun rises over olive groves and the workshop's doors stand open to new beginnings, let your breath settle into an easy rhythm. Feel the warmth of the morning light upon your skin, gentle and assuring, like the soft glow of a lantern guiding you home. Allow the echoes of looms and the hush of olive leaves in the breeze to lull your mind into peaceful reflection. Imagine each day as a fresh length of silk, waiting for your shuttle's touch. With every breath, weave threads of kindness. In a smile shared, a gentle word spoken, a helping hand offered. Let compassion spiral through your actions like golden ribbon, binding hearts together in quiet harmony. When doubts arise, remember the lesson of undone threads, that every fray can be gathered and rewoven into strength. Know that mistakes are not endings, but openings, portals, through which new patterns emerge. Embrace each moment with curiosity, allowing humility to guide your path as steadfastly as Athena's measured hand guided her loom. In the stillness, carry the spirit of collaboration, mortal and divine, united in purpose. Apprentices learning from masters, each shuttle pass a song shared across generations. Let gratitude flow through you like the dawn-lit stream, clear and sustaining, nourishing every corner of your life. As you settle into rest, whether beneath olive boughs, beside candlelight, or in the soft arms of your own bed, trust that each breath you draw adds color to the tapestry of existence. Surrender gently to dreams, knowing that tomorrow's first light will bring fresh threads of possibility.